Hey everybody, getting ready to do another stream. We're doing more Demon Fish Dead Ahead in GB Studio. Getting real close to the end here. We need to make cutscene music and music for the win scene and that kind of stuff. We did make credits yesterday and that turned out pretty awesome. We did we did the ending cutscene. We got all that in, and did a little bit of testing on that, got it all working. So yeah, that's exciting. I hope everyone's doing well. We're just getting started here, so there will be an ad shortly in like a minute and 30 seconds or so. And after that, we'll get started. Kilo, nice job getting first again for the third time. And Ias, welcome in. Thanks for making me a Pyrotoad. Can't quite see me yet, but I am a Pyrotoad. I can see it. But thank you everyone for dropping in. The ad is gonna start in any second here. I believe you. After the ad, we'll be ready to roll here. Alright, we should be about back from the ads. So, I came up with an idea here, and I just did this momentarily, or just a second ago. So this is how it looked yesterday, and I think it might be cool if we start with it, like, going underwater, right? Of course, the thank you for playing is hard to read, so that's the next thing. But also, like, this could be up higher. And then the text here we could put lower. And we could save this fishy from suffocating in the open air. Oh. Bring it down yonder. That way you go underwater, right? Like the camera starts here and then it starts to go under. I think that works better. The only other thing I could think of is it's gonna go from this cutscene to that one. So it might actually be better if it lines up exactly the same. However, there's like a ship here, and that ship will be like not there. But we could actually put the ship there, so maybe we should do that. Maybe it should be exactly here. I'm just thinking out loud a lot here. Let's try that again. We'll just make a new layer and paste it right there. And the text. We'll fit it down there. And we'll move down the fishes. Oops. Actually, for the fish, let's just get rid of these fish. And we'll grab the fish from this one. Although, now the seaweed's gonna be an issue, right? So let's get rid of the seaweed. And we can get rid of the seaweed here too. So we'll go from this one to this one. It'll fade, but that'll be fine. Alright, so let's do that instead. So we'll save this and export it. Make sure it's in the right spot. It is. Overwrite it. Yes. Oh, actually, we want to get rid of that layout layer before we do that. My bad. And then this one, same thing, we want to turn off the lines, save it, and export it, overwrite it. Alright, so now in GB Studio, we want to give it new images here. So we'll open the folder. And we've got the cutscene 2 and the credits. Those are the ones we want. We're gonna copy them both. Go to fishing game, assets, backgrounds, and paste, place, and yep, now we've got the water there. So then the next thing we need to do is put the chip in the same spot, which is 9-9, so that should be relatively easy to do. Oh, that's 9-8. 9-9. And yeah, since we're animating the camera, we want to make sure this isn't pinned to the screen like the other one was, so that way it'll scroll up as the camera scrolls down. So yeah, let's take a look and see how this looks real quick before we move on to anything else. I hate for it to be a mistake and come back to it and be like, why did I make all those changes? So right now we're starting the scene at this little orange arrow, and then it's gonna begin scrolling with the parallax effects on the ship, or on the water. The fish are gonna come by, the ship will be sailing, we'll get to you win, it'll fade and fade back into here, and then it's gonna start going down. There is a way to turn off the fading, but it usually shows like some bugginess. Can't remember how to do that, actually. Oh, disable automatic fading. So that actually might be worth checking out. Let's just check the basics here to make sure that it's working first. There's no music yet. That is what I plan to do today, but I got carried away with these thoughts. Oh, the background's not moving. Well, that's interesting, but it doesn't look too bad. It just looks like it's really far away. Although it looked like, so yeah, we gotta hit the button and it goes down. That looks pretty good. So there was one thing though. You caught 0 fish. Alright, and then it crashes here. So the one thing that I did notice here was that this one, these two are the same, so let's set this to not being the same, because they're not supposed to be the same. So this one's stuck at 1, and this one is at fixed position, so it doesn't move. If we made it move, then we would like, it would look funny. Unless we edit it so it didn't, which we could actually do. Maybe that's what we should do. I don't know, then we'll have to edit the credits again too, because it ends and starts at the same spot. Let's just worry about this one for now. I'm not sure if it should go slower or fast. I guess it has to go slower. So let's do it at, like, I don't know, 1/16 of the speed? I really don't know. But let's also try it with the credits not fading and see what happens when we do that. So yeah, there's no way to set it to 0. I think you just disable it, and that's how that works. Let's try it again. It shouldn't take too long to build here. We'll see what happens. If it bugs out, then we'll set it back to fade. It didn't look that bad. Not sure why it's getting this overflow. Wonder if I can find something online about that error, because I don't know what that means. Scene 60, C36. I kind of wish it would tell you what scene it was. Alright, so it didn't work. What version are we on? This is version 4. I'm not sure why it's not there for instant. We need common tile sets turned on. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. I've had it there before. Not sure. Do you need a... Oh, setting it to a tile set doesn't seem to do anything. Weird. Yeah, I wish there was a way to see what number it was. I don't know which scene is scene 60. We go into the assets, or no, not the assets, the build. No. The project. Scenes. They're not numbered here either. So yeah, I honestly, I don't know. Milkai, I listened to Bohemian Rhapsody and I thought you said, because I'm easy drugs, easy go, little high, little low, and I was like, that makes sense. Easy come, easy go. How you doing? Welcome in. I guess we just leave it with the fade in. I don't know how to turn it off. I've done it before, but I don't remember how to do it. I feel like it has something to do with that common tile sets, but can't figure it out. I'm doing pretty good, just making an animation series. What about you? We're working on Demon Fish Dead Ahead here. It's a classic RPG for Game Boy Color. But that's cool, you're doing an animation series. What kind of animation are we talking? And this series, is it in progress? Like you've already been making some of them? Or is it something that you're still at the very beginnings of? Anime style, but not traditional animation. Oh, cool. That makes me think of Aeon Flux, where it was vaguely anime, but it was actually American and not anime. It just kind of had that anime vibe. It kind of skirted the line. I feel like this is moving a little too slow now. At the very beginning, yeah, cool. I've actually been doing a little bit of writing for an animated series myself. Not anime style though. Aeon Flux is one of your faves. Cool! I've actually got an Aeon Flux redeem. There's nothing really special about it, but I liked Aeon Flux enough to make a redeem for it. I can find it and play it for you if I can. There it is.
My name is Aeon Flux. I'm here on a mission to assassinate Trevor Goodchild. Is everybody listening? Do you believe me? Everybody happy now?
Anyways. I love that weird ass movie so much. Oh, I was talking about the anime. The movie, I actually didn't really like the movie that much because it was so different from the animation. Which again isn't really anime, but it's close. It was like an MTV Oddities and Liquid Television thing. But what's my my animation series about? It's actually about game devs and content creators. Eli Mason, anxious and feeling invisible, escapes his stressful life by secretly taking his dad's experimental Lightspeed car for a spin, while his friend Tyler struggles with his dad with cancer. Wow, that sounds dramatic. Yes. Yeah, so mine is probably going to be a little bit more comedic, but not that comedic either, but also probably not that dramatic. I really don't know, honestly. I'm not the world's best writer. It's gonna have romance too and comedy. Okay, cool. It's, yeah, it sounds a lot more dramatic than what I'm working on, and or what I'm low-key writing. I wouldn't even say that I'm working on it, because it's very much just kind of happening between projects and stuff. I've been thinking about it for a long time, but I've just now been like writing out the ideas of the different characters and possible episodes and different stuff like that. But yeah, we're making Demon Fish Dead Ahead. It's a classic JRPG. There's like 4 different levels, and it's like a turn-based fighting combat kind of thing, and you can explore the different levels. And here's the different fish. So the bosses are a little bit bigger, and then each of the fish, they actually get spawned in at different locations on the backgrounds. Some more fish here, and some more here, and some more here. So yeah, it actually started as a game jam game, and I made the original version in 7 days, and it was pretty buggy. And I updated it with bug fixes, and then I updated it to that in a way that doubled the amount of content in the game, or more than doubled. And now I'm doubling that content again for a Steam release. And I'm actually pretty pleased with the reception it's gotten. It's not like anything crazy or anything like that, but it's gotten over 200 downloads. And it's been up for just over a year, I want to say. And it's doing better than some of my other work. So I think I like it enough, and the people who played it liked it enough to make a Steam release for it. Might be hard to make back the $100, but I think it'll be worth it. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm excited for it. I'm a big fan of Game Boy, and GB Studio's been like a godsend to me because I've always wanted to make homebrew, but I'm not like the world's best programmer. Earlier you said I'm not really a writer, but I have enough problems with mental health that I can make a good writer. I'm not a professional writer. Right on. Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's all it takes, is like having a good understanding of how psychology works. And honestly, video games is like that too. Like, understanding psychology actually does a lot more for game design than people understand. But I think that works with narratives as well. I mean, not make a good writer, but a good story. I got you. Well, if you make a good story, that makes you a good writer, right? What are we doing next here? Oh, we were gonna make music. So one thing that's really cool about this engine is that it has like a music section. I've made a ton of music for this game, but I started working on cutscene music, and I ended up running out of time and switching to playing games with friends because they had it scheduled. But now I've got the whole night to make some music. If I want to make a good writer, I have a kid and give him books and a pencil. Yeah, there you go. Or you could make one out of like spare robot parts. It might be a little quiet. I'm gonna turn it up just a little bit. Oh yeah, Clinker Writer. Honestly, we probably have enough of those already. So I kind of want to do something that's a little bit like sad for the first cutscene. This is labeled cutscene music 1, but it might not end up being the first cutscene. I don't know. Maybe it will. Depends. So many AIs. Yeah, it's a little frustrating. This was a year or so ago. I was I randomly meet people online pretty frequently, and one of this woman I was talking to, she was just saying that she was a writer, but she used AI to write, and she wasn't like a writer before the AI. She just like started writing since AI became available, and I thought that was mind blowing. That's a little high pitched. But I'm on the wrong track. I'm killing bass kicks there. If I got $1 every time a new AI came out, I would be a millionaire. Yeah. Lot Lizard, thanks for checking in. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm just kind of messing around here. I'm not even really sure what I'm doing here. So another thing that's really cool about this software, the music part, it has a tracker and a piano roll, which actually makes things a lot easier for me because I'm more used to having a piano roll. Ominous hallway music. Yeah, a little bit. I'm just messing around here. Oh, that's not what we want. Oh, you know what? I copy and pasted over the whole thing where I wanted it to be lower, but that's easy. We can just drive it down. All right, let's try this. Hey, Lot Lizard, thanks for the 5-stream streak. You're a star. I kind of like it. It's got like this like dread. So the yeah, let's save. The cutscene that we're working with here, this would be the first one. So the text actually scrolls across the top of the screen. Hey you, you're finally awake. I am the lord of this realm. Collect fish for strength and overcome the imposters. So it's supposed to sound like, I don't know, maybe put a little bit more drama into it because it's kind of dry, the text. But this is the plight. There's imposters, and he's the Lord.
Inconceivable! Inconceivable!
The story of the game is very loose, and there are words, But like, you did it. You defeated all the imposters, and you even returned my crown. Thank you for all the hard work. And everything in between is just the bad guys. Golly, that really hurt. Those hooks are super sharp. You shouldn't have messed with me. I'm telling my dad on you. You got me right in the eyes. You're so mean. Who would do that? I'm going home now. Just leave me alone and watch out for the ugly seaweed. And then this one, yay, I'm not dead. You saved me from the ugly seaweed. I'm so happy. You're the best. You could even beat the Dragon Lord. And then when you beat the Dragon Lord, owie, owie, ouch, ouch. You didn't have to hurt little old me. Go ahead, take that stupid crown. I don't really even want it. So you give the crown to this guy, and then that's the end. Of course, there's like a lot of gameplay in between. Filler. I mean, a little bit. It's a little bit filler. It's more than being filler. It's actually just trying to like pay homage to the old school storytelling of like NES and Game Boy games, where it was like there wasn't a whole lot of text, there wasn't a whole lot of story, and it was all just kind of visual. You don't happen to have a lightsaber, do you? What's that from? Is that some type of Star Wars reference? You should add that. I don't understand it though. Also, I feel like Disney's probably got a patent on the word lightsaber at this point. You could probably say like laser sword. Alright, so it should do that, but like add something else. So I'm going to copy all of 0 and put it onto 2, and then all of 1 and put it onto 3. Gross, yeah. And then I think I usually leave the wave channel silent because I usually use it for sound effects. However, for the cutscenes, we really don't need sound effects, so I might try to do something on the wave channel. But the other thing is that I so barely ever use the wave channel that like it might sound bad. I've been staying away from it for like a couple years now. But we could easily just double what we've already done. You got this. You the man. I wouldn't go that far. I don't know. This doesn't sound too bad. It's kind of like, you know, not the most advanced bass line here. But yeah, the NES used the triangle wave as a bass a lot. So I don't know, let's hear how this sounds. Oh yeah, I have a podcast. I don't do it very often. In fact, the last one I did was like March. But it was a good one. It was a good episode, and sometimes they're pretty long. Most of them are like 3 or 4 hours long. But yeah, I interview game devs. So, oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, the last episode, I want to say was like episode 26 or 27 or something like that. It was a round table discussion, I say as I air quote. I had what, 4 devs and 1 content creator on. So I think unless it was 3 devs, it was, well, I guess if I'm included, it was me, Puke7, Sal Toasty, Just Wall, and then Electric Mindset, who is a streamer. So yeah, 5 people total. Oh yeah. Yeah, we talked about like all types of shit. I came up with like a big long list of like topics to discuss, and we didn't even go over all of them, but we just kind of like hit on the ones that were interesting. Like I gave it to everyone like a week or so before the interview, and so that way everyone kind of knew what we'd be talking about, so they could kind of take notes or mark which ones they wanted to talk about, and it, you know, at least put a little thought into it before you're on the spot with a, you know, the microphone. It was like it was a live conversation, but I edited it because it ended up being like a 5 or 6 hour conversation. So like the last couple hours I ended up cutting off because we started to get really personal at the end, because I knew a couple of them pretty well. Actually, I knew pretty much all of them pretty well at this point, because Sal had been on previously. Oh, we've got an ad. Sorry. I'll talk more about it when the ad's over. I can't tell who's got ads or not. But I'm liking this. I'm not sure. I feel like it should like lead into the bass line. So if it's there. Something like that. I don't know. Let's take a listen. Alright, so that's too quick. It felt too slow that time. Alright, we should be about back from the ads. Sometimes it takes 10 or so seconds after that. Sophie, hell not. Wait, what's Sophie? I don't even know what that is. Was that the ad? A money managing thing. Oh, the ad. Sorry, yeah. But welcome back from the ads. So yeah, back to the podcast. Hey, that actually sounded pretty good. So I'm trying to remember where I was at. Oh yeah, so all of the people that were on there, except for Electric Mindset, had been on there before. And I'm friends with Electric Mindset and have chatted with him in voice chat numerous times. So, and also Electric Mindset and Just Wall were our friends as well. So there was quite a bit of camaraderie, and at the end of the call, we just like devolved into like regular conversation that no one really needs to hear. So I ended up cutting a lot of that, but it was a lot of fun. And we did go over quite a bit of just like interesting game dev topics, as well as like community management and content creation and stuff like that. Just like general stuff. But yeah, it was interesting to have a content creator, because not only is he a content creator who like plays a lot of games, but he actually does QA testing on like a non-professional level for different games. He plays a lot of betas and demos, and he actually does like a write-up for game devs. So yeah, I can actually shout him out. He's actually streaming right now. But yeah, the Electric Mindset is an awesome streamer. They actually moderate my stream sometimes, and it looks like they're playing a rhythm game tonight. But yeah, also Sophie as in sofa, but the I in Sophie is pronounced like the I in high. Sofi, like lo-fi, Sofi. Yeah, I manage my money the old-fashioned way. I just look at bank statements and fucking get a calculator out and shit, write that shit down. Probably not the best way to do it, but what are you gonna do? Alright, so let's get some hi-hats in. I'm not sure where they should start. Maybe they should start at the beginning and then just get more intense. I don't know. So the snare is on the like the 2 or whatever. So we could do, wait. Like that. That kind of sounded bad though. There we go, let's do that. Huh. That doesn't sound great either. Kind of has a swing to it. All right, let's go with that for now, and if we don't like it later, we can always change it up. Is that what I was doing? That is okay. The Mario song would fit well. The main song everyone knows. 'Cause, 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 What about the Super Show version? Swing your arms from side to side, do the Mario. I like how they go into the the Mario. And the lyrics, swing your arms from side to side, do the Mario. Take one step and then again. Like, who fucking wrote this shit? Take one step and then again. It's like the Mario dance, right? Swing your arms from side to side, take one step and then again. So you're just walking. Get it? Because Mario just walks. Well, he jumps too, but that's too dangerous for the kids, right? So maybe we spice up the hi-hats here. Wait, I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. That one. What does that sound like? Sounds kind of cool, but it might be better like different pitch. No, but when I was a kid, I loved the Super Mario Super Show, Super Mario Brothers Super Show, and Zelda. I was like a huge fan of those, and Captain N. I was really into Captain N. Which is why we have Mega High. Mega High. You always wanted to watch them. Yeah, they were on at like weird times. The Super Mario Brothers Super Show was on at like lunchtime, I remember, for a bit there, because we would watch it while we ate lunch. And Captain N was on like Saturday mornings at like fucking 7 a.m. or some shit. Bro hired Shigeru Miyamoto, but hi. That's convenient. Yeah, I'm not sure if, because I remember like my aunt was watching me and my brother around that time, so I'm not sure if it just happened that during lunchtime it happened to be on, or they were like, all right, their show is on at this time, so let's make lunch for them at this time. I don't really know how that worked out, but it worked out. It was like we would end up watching TV at the counter, because they had a kitchen TV, one of those rich people things. And it was like super small, but like I remember being able to watch TV on it without any problems. It's weird. Yes, like I don't know how old you are, but like back in the day, TVs were tiny, and like you just kind of like blew up the image in your mind. Is kind of weird. Like a bar, yeah, they had a kitchen bar with a couple bar stools and a TV that you could angle either way. I think it had a swivel on it, I think. And so while my aunt was like making lunch, we would start watching, and like we would watch Super Mario Brothers Super Show and Muppet Babies. We watched a lot of Muppet Babies. But I think they had like slots that like switched and stuff, so I don't know. It just so happened that those were on. But yeah, I love the Super Mario Brothers Super Show, even though it was kind of shitty. I kind of like that. It's got like the shuffle vibe because of that like swing beat. But damn, I thought they would be huge, but I can see how it would be small because original TV started really small because it's literally like a moving picture roll, but started into a kaleidoscope with light. Yeah, I mean, I'm not that old, but I'm like 40, so yeah. There were some really small TVs. Like they were really long is what they were. They were long with like a 5-inch screen or like a 4.5-inch screen or something. They were tiny. I could find a picture of one. So theirs looked kind of like this one. This looks like a portable one, but I'm not sure if they had a portable one that they just had plugged in all the time or what, but it had its own antenna. I remember that. Yeah. But yeah, like I think theirs was from the 80s. Because they got a little bit better in the 90s. Oh my gosh, I had this TV. I had one of these growing up. Like with the fake drawers. And it was a Zenith. It was this exact TV. It even had this little thing there. Like this didn't actually close, I don't think. You can't tell if that's a fan or a speaker in the back. That's the speaker. Yeah, you can tell because it's circular. I don't think they had fans. Fans were really loud back in the 80s. Like even like your like desk fans and stuff like that, they were really loud. At least by the time that I was hearing them. Maybe they weren't that loud when they first came out, but they were by the time I was using them. I mean, even in the 90s, fans were pretty loud. I remember like ceiling fans used to be like really loud, and then all of a sudden they got them really quiet. And now they're like, you can't even hear them. How did they get them really quiet? I don't know. A lot of ball bearings, probably. A lot of lube and ball bearings. I'm not really sure. But I grew up with really loud fans. And I remember my dad telling me about his ceiling fan and how he was so excited that it didn't make any sound. But then I got some new fans of my own that didn't make any sound, and I was like, wow, that is quiet. Fans have come a long ways in my lifetime. So the bass line keeps playing because of the way that it did that. So what we'll do there is we'll go to the wave channel and we can put a thing here. a note cut right there on the wave channel. Oh wait, that was the wrong one. We put it on 2. We want that to be on this one. Oops. Note cut. There it is. So that way, if it starts over, the bass line won't be sticking there. Lube 'em up, don't want squeaking fans. Yeah. Well, grease is like a weird thing, right? Because like you need a lot of it, but then it like kind of overflows around the edges, and like you need to like clean it and put new grease in eventually, and like it gets really dirty. Grease is weird shit. Honestly, I'm not really sure where this song should go from here. We could just repeat 2 and 3 again, but I feel like it should like do something. Maybe go into like a chorus for the people who are just like listening to it. Definitely do something. Alright, so we'll go to 4. 4 is empty. And we'll go to the duty one and the bass, and I don't really know. We could double the kick. See how that sounds. You have a quick question? Yeah, what's up? What if you use Rubik's Cube lube that rhymed? I didn't know there was Rubik's Cube lube. It might actually work if we... Oh, you know what we should do is 1, 2, 3, 4, cut it off here, and then it can come in at an off time, and we can set this to pattern break at 0. Start with row, maybe position jump. Yeah, position jump to pattern 0. There we go. Should I use Babylon Dirt Poor Robins as my intro for the dividends and have it be really funny? Honestly, I don't know what any of that means. I don't know Babylon Dirt Poor Robins, and I don't know dividends. So I'm already lost. I'm kind of out of the loop when it comes to cultural references from the now. I like cultural references from like the 80s and 90s. Oh, the Dividends is your animated series. I forgot to tell you the name. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know this Dirt Poor Robins person. But maybe if you reach out to them, they would let you use their song. I don't know. A lot of times people want royalties for shit like that, or some type of royalty, some type of upfront cost or some shit like that. I don't know. Shit, I don't have money. Well, you could always make your own music. You can tell which camp I fall into. It's a really good song. Oh, right on. Maybe I'll make something similar. That is a thing that people do quite often. Like, if you change the song up just enough, then you can get away with that. In the States, there's this weird rule, and I don't know how it works for things that don't have lyrics, but like, if the lyrics are different, so like 2 out of 3 of these things, there's an ad coming up. 2 out of 3 of these things have to be different. The lyrics, the melody, and the rhythm, I believe, unless I'm mistaken. So if you change up the rhythm and the lyrics, then the melody can be the same. But if you change up the rhythm and the melody, then the lyrics can be the same, I think. I don't know. It's definitely one of those things where, like, people break the rules all the time and don't get in trouble for it. But then there are situations where people, like, barely break the rules and get in trouble for it. Like Bittersweet Symphony was like a really popular song in the 90s, and the Rolling Stones won a huge lawsuit for that because they sampled part of it or something like that. I don't really know the ins and outs of it. Honestly, when the song came out, I had no idea that it had anything to do with the Rolling Stones. I feel like it's ending like 1 note too late. I think it needs to happen here. Oh, sweet hell yeah. So I think there needs to be, of course, I'm not a lawyer, so like, don't get in trouble because of what I say. Definitely do some more research on that if you're planning to go that route. Yeah. I think if we do something like this, and then go to like a snare or maybe a crash even. What's this emoji? What's that? The smoking monkey? I don't know. Kind of a weird one. Never seen that before. Hey, wait. No, I don't want that. Get out of here. Oh wait, I'm doing the wrong thing here. Smoking monkey straight from Amazon, the Amazon rainforest. Oops. Alright, let's get some snares in towards the end. Why would you say Amazon? Amazon is not selling living monkeys? Like the Amazon River? LOL, the Amazon service. Like the bookstore? The booksellers? The e-market. Where people shop, where people online shop, FAO. For books, right? Jeff Bezos. Yeah, he's the book guy, right? He sells books. No, I'm just kidding around. But Amazon started as a bookseller. They started as stealing Barnes and Noble's business. There is books on Amazon. That's right. That's because they started with books. LOL, I know. I thought you were trolling. I am trolling. I gave up. Gave up on trolling. I kind of feel like we should do what, like the opposite of this at the end of 3. So that starts there.
Hide the planet! Hide the planet! Shut up and get in the car!
Wait a second. Maybe this should be there. I don't know why that's there. It should be there. Alright, let's try it here what this sounds like. It gets too low too quick. I think it needs to start here. So yeah. Like that. Show up and get in the car, yeah. All right, I think I like that. We'll have to hear how it leads into the chorus or whatever this is coming up. Sounds good. Although, do we even have a bass line here? We don't. I think it should have a bass line. Square wave with added square. Added sweep. What is it? How does it say that? Anyways, we've got to add. I don't know what this sounds like. You can test it here. You don't see any ads? Oh, cool. That kind of sounds cool. Honestly, I have no idea what I'm doing. Sometimes I just like guess, and sometimes I guess right, and sometimes I guess wrong. I guess it's what I call experimentation. That actually sounds kind of cool. I think I might have guessed right. But let's do something else with this. And maybe even change up some of these. Wait. I don't know. It sounds a little off. I think I know what's off. Or maybe I don't. I don't know. It actually sounds better that way. Oh, let's hear the whole thing again. I don't know. I think it works, at least for that first cutscene. And then I think for these other cutscenes, after you beat each boss, maybe we can use the same music for those, or maybe just make slight variations, and then come up with some wind music that plays across these three scenes. As far as wind music goes, I have like wind music for Retro Spaceball that I don't know if it's on this playlist or not. I think I actually removed it from the playlist because it just didn't fit the vibe of the stream. Is there a way to open, locate in library? No. Locate in Windows Explorer, that's what I want. Somewhere in here, one of these is wind music. Of course, it doesn't just say wind music. Oh wait, yeah, it does. It says credits. So something like this, I feel like would work. Of course, I'm not going to use this song exactly, because this is for a different game. But something similar might be possible. And just kind of use this as like a base. So 28 underscore cut scene music 2. So that sounds pretty cool. I feel like it could use something to make it more interesting. Yeah, I like this. For the kick, let's give it like a double on the last one, or on the second. I don't know if it should go before or after. Let's try like that. And then maybe for the snare, we can actually use a crash for the second ones. Let's try the other crash for that one. Pull it up a bit. I like that. Alright, so for the second one, for pattern 1, we'll start with this pattern, and then we'll change the melody on the duty 2 here. Just a little bit. Not really sure exactly how. Maybe we can just swap these two. So that just sounds broken, so let's not do that. Maybe we drop this down. Nope. I don't know. I need to just listen to it some more. I don't know. Maybe it should just do that for 4 measures, but maybe we should add some hi-hats. All right, I've got an idea for one. What if we excuse me, what if we take these hi-hats, put them there, but then take this and duplicate it like that, maybe just two. Kind of like it with three. Could even probably do four. Oops. And then we'll go back to 0 and then go back to 1, and then let's change it up here. On the duty 1, we'll start with the bass drum and we'll double it again. And then maybe even quadruple it there. And then we'll go to the noise channel and we'll get the snares back. Now if we look at 0, yeah, so it starts there. Oh, not right. There. But instead we'll start with the crashes. That's not what we want. Maybe something like that. I don't know. So I think that sounds kind of interesting, but I feel like these should be spaced out a little bit more. I don't know. I was doing a little some, but I'm back now, better than ever. You know how when it starts, it goes high, like the 1 2 1 2 3. Maybe you can make it repeat but go down one note. You mean these here? And then is that what you're talking about? On the next one. I'm not sure what you mean by the next one. Like on this pattern? This. Which one? So the first, okay. There's one up there. Maybe make it alternate. Maybe like this note, you mean? I feel like that might be the only spot where the greens. Alright. So these notes here. Like that. We'll give it a shot. But I feel like a half step will go down. Okay. A half step or a full step, do you think? I feel like a full step might sound better. Ah, that sounds weird. Try it with the half. I don't know, I'm not loving it. Maybe go down even further. Indie Maniac, welcome in. Thanks for checking in. Hope you're doing well. Everyone should check out the Indie Maniac if they have the chance. That sounded interesting. I don't know, I kind of like it repeating. Thanks for the fart. We don't get enough of those these days. I've not done that in a while. Well, you've done it 70 times, so there's that. I don't know, I feel like it should be one or the other, and either would work. I don't know. Way more than me, that sounds good, hell yeah. I don't know, it's not growing on me yet. Your head's naturally bobbing. Well, I appreciate that. I don't know if I like it, to be honest. Your ears are loving it. I kind of like how it was before. McLovin. I don't know. Maybe I just need to hear it more. I don't know. It's kind of growing on me. Maybe after we make more changes to it, it'll sound better. It adds variety. Yeah, it does add variety. You're definitely right about that. But we still don't have any wave patterns on these ones yet either, so there's room for more. There's some really strange sounds you can get out of these bottom ones. This distorted saw wave. Very strange. So we should probably mimic the melody, at least to a degree. Wait, what am I even doing? We're the Mario Brothers, and plumbing's our game. Not like the others who get all the fame. If your sink is in trouble, you can call us on the double. We're faster than the others. You'll be hooked on the brothers. Is that the rap part of that song? That's the commercial rap of the Mario movie. Oh, wow. Dude, I actually enjoy the Mario movie. Like, don't get me wrong. When I was a kid, this is Super Mario Brothers, the live action film I'm talking about, not the recent one. When I was a kid and I saw it in the theaters, I was upset. I was like, that is not Mario. Like, what is going on here? That wasn't good. That was not a good movie. I remember the only part that I remotely enjoyed was when they were going through the tubes and they were like sledding through the tubes, and I just thought that it was like interesting. I remember like having a little bit of fun during that part, but the rest of the film I remember being very confused. Like, why is Yoshi like a fucking velociraptor, and like what the fuck happened to Princess Toadstool? Why is she I think it was Daisy, right? It was so weird. And that's the rap. Like, I just remember being upset, and then when I watched it as an adult, I was just cracking up and enjoying it, right? Because like, if you don't take it too seriously, it's actually pretty good because it's so bad. Right? It's one of those movies that it's like enjoyable to laugh at, and you can just be like, trust the fungus, you know, like it's got its parts for sure. And I always have trouble pronouncing his name. John Leguizamo. Leguizamo, I think is how you pronounce it. I don't know how to pronounce it. He actually like saves that film because he's a pretty good actor. I mean, I'm not saying that's his like best role ever, but he's been in some pretty good films. He's played some pretty good roles, and he pretty much saves that film, which is funny because the guy who played Bowser, I guess, got paid the most out of anyone in that film, and he was like complaining the whole time. I guess he was like a real ass to work with during that thing, and everyone else was just kind of like letting it happen. So there's an ad. I need to make some tea, so I am going to take a little break here. Make a little tea break. It'll probably take me a few minutes, and so yeah, break time. Leguizamo. Is that how you spell it? Or say it? Leguizamo. That works for me. I'll forget by the next time I need to pronounce his name. That's just the way it is. But yeah, I'm gonna make some tea. I'll BRB. Okay, I am back.
We're the Mario Brothers, and plumbing's a game. We're not like the others who get all the fame. When your sink is in trouble, you could call us on the double. We're faster than the others, you'll be hooked on the brothers.
Thank you, Super Mario Bros. It seems like the only thing you haven't drained is my bank account. For super service, call or text Super Mario Bros. Plumbing today at 92955 Mario.
Pretty good. The Super Mario movie uses the same super from Super Mario Bros. Movie. Wait, what? The Super Mario movie uses the same super from Super Mario Bros. Movie. Oh. Wait. So Super Mario movie being the first one? Or no, the recent movie that came out, and Super Mario Brothers movie being the old one? Okay. Yeah. You know, I did see the recent Mario movie, and I actually enjoyed it. I mean, it seemed kind of a bit like fan service, like throughout the whole movie, but like honestly, that's what I wanted when I was a kid. When I saw the live action one, I was hoping for like constant fan service, and I didn't get it. There's a Mario Galaxy movie coming out. That doesn't surprise me. However, I never played the Mario Galaxy games, so I feel like I'd be a little bit lost. I mean, when's the Mario 64 movie coming out? Because that's the one I would want. Or the Mario 3 movie, right? But no one would care about the Mario 2 movie. And the Mario 1 movie would probably be a little boring. Right? The whole movie is just like, your princess is in another castle. 8 castles later, you're like stuck in a maze. That maze used to bother the fuck out of me when I was a kid. You basically needed Nintendo power to be able to beat that fucking game, right? If you search the Mario 64 movie, you get the Super Mario Brothers movie PG 2023 family comedy, 1 hour 32 minutes. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's the closest we're gonna get to Mario 64, the movie, right? So I think that sounds cool, but it needs to cut the note there, otherwise it'll just keep going. But also it should like happen again. But up higher by like a full step. And then that 2 full steps. I don't even know. Whatever that is. What note is that? This note? And then like that? I don't even know. But we're gonna need these. Let's hear how this sounds. Wait, why did it keep going? Also, it sounded bad. What did I do wrong there? But he's not cutting the notes like they're supposed to? It cut it there. Oh, it's the vibrato that's making that sound funny. Strangely enough. Wait. Hmm. Oh no, a wild sock. You like Peach's Castle? You wish the beginning map was in the Mario movie. Oh, like the first level of the first game? Yeah, that would have been iconic for sure. But they kind of made the movie for kids and not for the parents, which I guess I understand. But it would have been nice if it was more for the parents. So I thought it was a little weird that it was like the Mario Kart movie for a little bit there too, right? They're like, let's just make it Mario Kart also. Like, it's a little weird. Like, I guess it makes sense since they're still selling crap tons of Mario Kart, and they're like, I don't know, they've kind of shifted their flagship product to be Mario Kart. Which is weird. Honestly, I fucking loved Mario Kart. Why not Mario Baseball or Mario Tennis, right? So when Mario Kart came out for Super Nintendo, my mind was blown. Like, being able to play battle mode with my brother was like so much fun at Toys R Us that like my dad just like bought it for us and then just like held on to it until Christmas kind of thing. And I played that game for at least a couple years, like, and my dad was playing the time trials. Like, he got really into it. You know, we beat all of the Grand Prix on 150. We were all like getting really good at it. And then also Mario Kart 64, played the shit out of that. Also multiplayer. You know, I was in like 6th grade or something like that. Hell, even Mario Golf. Yeah, there you go. Well, they can't fit all of the Mario games into one movie. They got to break them up, right? Decide which ones are going to sell the best. I mean, you know, Mario Strikers, yeah. I guess that one did better outside of the States, right? Because, like, soccer is a lot more important to the rest of the world. I don't know what to do with this one now. I feel like we should use the same wave pattern though. I don't know, I guess maybe we could just like keep this same pattern going and have it like 2 steps below. I don't know how that's gonna sound, but we can test it out. Oh, it doesn't have the cuts on it. I was like, why is that sounding so weird? Oops. Stop it. Hey. All right, let's try that out. All right, so maybe all of those ones should just be like where we had it before. And then just change that first one. I just don't want it to sound like it's an accident, but I don't know, let's try it. Yeah, that does sound good. It is growing on me, you're right. Why is Mario Strikers techno if it's just soccer? Honestly, I've never even played the game. I didn't know that it was techno. Also, when is NFL Mario? Do you remember NFL Blitz? That was actually pretty fun. I like that more than Madden. I did play a lot of Madden though. My brother was a football player, so we ended up playing quite a bit. So I feel like it should do this thing twice at the end, but maybe change it up. I don't know. Let's hear what it sounds like with 2 of them. Mario and Sonic Olympic Games. Is that a game? Did that actually exist? Are you just throwing out ideas now? In case Nintendo is watching the stream. Checking to make sure that I'm not emulating any stolen games so they can sue me. Oh, it's real? Interesting. IS, welcome back. Pew pew. It's for the Wii. Ah, okay. I actually have a Wii. I only have like 2 games for it. 3 games. 4 games. Maybe 5? I don't know. I inherited the Wii. None of the games are mine. I've got weird ones. Family Feud. Monopoly. Deal or No Deal. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? I don't know who. I think my mom must have picked these games out. Oh god, you have grandparent games. I do. They're literally from my mom and her husband, who are, well, were grandparents. I mean, her husband's still a grandparent. But yeah, I inherited the Wii, so I also have a Wii Fit. So I think I have Wii Sports. Yeah, because we were playing the 99-pin bowling or something like that one day. We must source you Metroid immediately. Honestly, I played Metroid on GameCube, and I thought that was actually really cool. I'm not gonna buy a Switch 2 to play the new Metroid game or anything like that. But there's 6 of them, I think. 6 of what? 6 of the Sonic Olympic games? Mario and Sonic Olympic Games is a series of crossover sports video games developed by Sega that features characters from the Mario and Sonic the Hedgehog franchise. Interesting. With the motion controls, it's aggravating but fun. For Metroid, yeah, I didn't even know that. I mean, I guess that makes sense that they had a Metroid for the Wii. I didn't have a Wii, you know? And now that I have one, like, I don't have any games for it really, except for those weird games that I just rattled off there. I think there's like a couple NES games that were downloaded onto it. I was looking into jailbreaking it and like turning it into like a homebrew system, but I couldn't figure it out. But also it wasn't mine at that point. I was just trying to do it at my mom's, and now that it's mine, maybe I might try to give that another go. But it would be cool to play my own homebrew games on there. But I'm digging the music. I feel like that it should do something different on this last one though. So let's copy all of 2 onto 3. And then change 3. I think it just needs to go up at the end. They're not so easy to come by anymore. Well, not here anyway. I tried to jailbreak my 3DS and got so far through the process, but couldn't apply themes and stuff. Formatted it and sold it. Oh yeah. I have a 3DS and want to know how to jailbreak it. It's apparently very simple. I followed every instruction and triple checked maybe 8 times. Couldn't figure it, and I'm pretty good tinkerer. Yeah, honestly, that stuff is a little bit more difficult than the internet makes it seem like it. Like, you have to be, like, really good at following instructions, and even then, it's like the instructions have to be written, like, really well. And usually they're not. I don't know. I'm not the best at that kind of stuff. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm like ripping my graphics drivers apart on the regular and fixing my boot sector, but when it comes to firmware on weird devices, I'm lost. I don't know anything about boot sectors or ripping graphics cards apart or graphics drivers apart. I've done some modding of games. I don't know. Outside of games, the technical stuff kind of gets lost on me, to be honest. Which games did you mod? Well, when I was very young, I modded Doom and Duke Nukem. That kind of got me started. But on a more recent time scale, I was modding the Rick and Morty VR game, Job Simulator, and then this game called Baby in Yellow. But I was getting paid for those, so that was kind of my my thing. Kara, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Oh, nice. I have a friend who modded Doom and Quake, etc. Dude, I love Doom. In fact, recently I made a little bit of a mod for Doom. Sick paid modding, cool gig. Yeah, it's kind of dried up for me recently. I don't know exactly what's going on with my client. I'm still like talking to him, and we talk pretty regularly. We were just talking this week, but no work has come my way in like 5 months. So like, there's that, you know. Man, could have been better. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Kara. But yeah, everyone should check out Kara. They plan on streaming soon. Give them a follow so when they do stream, you'll be able to check out what they're up to. Unless you've started streaming. It's been a while since we've chatted. But yeah, I hope things go better for you, Kara. You follow cool. Yeah, and Kara is an illustrator as well. Kara, aren't you working on like a series? Isn't that the type of thing you were working on? Also, I'm a she, not they. I just kind of call everyone they, but sorry. Yeah, it's terrible, haha. Really hard to find the correct starting point too. Wait. I missed that. Oh, you couldn't figure out how to jailbreak it? I gotcha. So I think this might actually be done. I don't know. Maybe this ending part could use a wave, but I think it's kind of better without it, because it has that like silence, and then it like leaves your ears going like, what am I missing? But recently I haven't done much as I have issues with my stomach. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it gets better for you, Kara. But yeah, Milkai is also a we're working on a series. So that's pretty cool. Like an animated series. I think this might be done. Yeah, I like that. That's a keeper. So that's gonna be like the win music for when you beat the game. Although the thought crossed my mind of possibly making different win music for the different win cutscenes. Like these two could have something else, and then the one that I just made would be like the credits. It has been going better, I guess, but also no, it turns out I have micro holes in my stomach lining. The medicine they gave me sometimes work, but the pain does sometimes flare. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that. I really hope that things get better. I mean, it sounds like you've got an idea of what's going on at least, but yeah, that sounds really shitty. As someone who's dealt with like kind of I guess minor stomach issues in comparison, and like I hate having stomach issues, like I feel for you. That really sucks. No, that sucks. My sister suffers with that. Yeah, that sounds really shitty. I hope it gets better. So yeah, like maybe something a little bit less party and more like da 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 kind of thing. I don't even really know. Yeah, you can get a sense of what the pain feels like. It's just amped up to 100 times, I guess, you know. Anyways, or anyway, What sucks, especially that the pain comes with feeling hungry when not being hungry. Like I eat an entire meal, yet my stomach is like, more, please. Oh, wow. Interesting. Yeah. The stomach issues that I've dealt with, oh, there's an ad, are kind of unrelated. I've dealt with like gluten issues in the last few years, but I've been dealing with my whole life, which is kind of messed up. Gluten and dairy here, yeah. I'm in the same boat. I'm not sure if you're stuck in ads or not, but yeah, I didn't realize that I shouldn't have been eating gluten until I was like 38 or something like that, 39. Now you're here. Okay, cool. So like basically my whole life I had been eating gluten and it was causing problems for me, and I was just like, oh, I guess this is normal. Probably shouldn't have eaten that pizza this evening. Oh, I had pizza for dinner also, but it was gluten-free pizza. Yeah, I overate sandwiches for years all through school. Everyone in the UK does, pretty much, or did. Yeah, I don't know if I overate, but yeah, I ate a lot of sandwiches every day for lunch at school, for sure. And then lots of mac and cheese, lots of frozen pizzas. Pretty much everything I ate, pasta, everything I ate had gluten in it. And then when I, started drinking, all the beer that I drank had gluten in it. And it's messed up because I remember being in college and turn on some music for a second. I remember being in college, and during health class we all had to talk about like a disease or something that we had, like a health issue we had. Everyone had to get up in front of the class and talk about their health issue. And this girl, had celiac disease and was talking about it, and all of the things that she was saying, like the symptoms and stuff, I was like, oh my god, that would suck so bad. And then the more she talked about it, I'm like, man, that sounds a lot like the stomach issues that I'm dealing with and stuff. But then she's like, yeah, I can't drink beer, I can't eat pasta, I can't eat bread. And I was just like, man, that's not a life. Privacy invasion much? Yeah, it was a little bit weird for the teacher to be like, you have to share, otherwise you don't, because we were like getting graded on it. But the way she made up for it was that like she was like, you don't have to share like the worst of it, you can because her point was that everyone had a health issue, and she didn't expect you to like share your most vulnerable health issue. If you didn't want to, you could always just be like, something, I don't know. Everyone kind of did get pretty vulnerable, so I don't know. In my country, it would be illegal. Well, this was a private college, so I'm not sure if that would make a difference. But, I mean, I'm pretty sure that teacher was really cool. If you would have, like, gone to her and said, like, I don't feel comfortable sharing that information, she probably would have gave you a passing grade. But, yeah, the teacher herself had rheumatoid arthritis, like really bad. Well, I guess not really bad because she could still work and stuff, but she couldn't like turn her neck. She had to like turn her body instead of her neck. And I think her expecting the students to talk about their own health issues kind of made her feel more comfortable with her health issues, I feel like, because students can be kind of mean to teachers and shit like that. So I think that was her way of kind of preventing that before it happened, kind of thing. There's probably a point of pride for her to be transparent about her struggles. Exactly. And she kind of wants other people to feel that way also. And honestly, I think it helped. Because not only did it help like the students like recognize that everyone has their own health issues, but like outside of school in life, it helps to realize that everyone has their own struggles and their own, like, even if you don't know that they've got a health issue, you can just assume that they do, because they might not be outspoken about it. It might not like be apparent, but everyone's got some type of health issue. You know what I mean? It does, yeah. It helped me a ton. Yeah, like I'm pretty lucky. Like, I've got some mental stuff that I've dealt with throughout my life, and like my family has like a history of like bipolar and addiction and depression, as well as cancer. But I'm the first of my family to experience this gluten allergy, which could be celiac disease, but the testing for celiac disease is so shit that I don't know. Because when I was tested for it, it came back negative, but they said right there that it's like a huge possibility that it's a false negative, because false negatives and celiac disease go hand in hand, I guess. Yep, we sound pretty similar. Yep, same: addiction, alcohol use, diabetes, cancer, etc. So yeah, the worst of it was when I was in adolescent rehab. I was like seeing and hearing things, and they were prescribing me like antipsychotic meds, and they just made things worse. And it's weird, right? And I don't know, I kind of chalk it up to like I was just really perceptive, and I think a lot of people kind of see and hear things, they just kind of like block it out kind of thing, because it was like kind of minor stuff, you know. Like, I was paying a lot of attention to like phosphines, and I didn't know what phosphines were. And if you don't know what phosphines are, that's like if you stare at something for a while and then look at something else, you can still see like an after image. That's created by phosphines. And then another thing that was kind of freaking me out around this time, because I was like off drugs and just like in rehab doing nothing, I had a lot of time to think about that shit, was eye fatigue. Again, I had no idea what eye fatigue was. No one taught me that shit. But when your eyes get fatigued, the receptors in your eyes start to act funny, and you'll see like swirlies and like wavies and things that you don't normally see. So like it can kind of freak you out if you're paying a lot of attention to it. And if you're in a situation where they're kind of poking and prodding you about all of your health issues and mental health stuff, like, and then the doctor that you turn to and say like, hey, I'm like seeing things, like, is that normal? Says like, no, that's not fucking normal, you need drugs. Like you start to believe it, you know. But can someone in chat tell me when story time is over? I really hate talking about school. I'll mute stream in the meantime. Oh, right on, sorry. LOL, yeah, in the UK the test is go away and poison yourself with bread for 2 weeks, then come back for a blood test. Yeah, it's the same it is here. It's ridiculous. And even after that, it's like a 60 or 70% chance that it's going to be a false negative. Antipsychotics made me frustrated zombie. They just made stuff worse for me. Like the auditory and like visual hallucinations were the worst they'd ever been at that point when I was on Risperdal. I was a super self-aware and observant kid, and I felt like my understanding was ahead of what my careers thought was best for me. Yep, same. Sure. Yeah, we don't need to keep talking about this stuff if it's making anyone uncomfortable. I don't mean to be like that. We can go back to making some more music here. 9 underscore. I don't want to bring the stream down either. Head back in. Word, yeah. Like honestly, that stuff doesn't bother me at all. But like, I try to keep it light as possible. I mean, sometimes things get pretty heavy, but that's just life. All right, scene music 3. Make sure it's capitalized there. All right. So we'll probably do something similar, so that way it kind of like fits in. But yeah, I kind of want it to be like a da 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 kind of thing. Either, but I don't need to talk about it every opportunity. It's all good. Yeah, for sure. I slip into story time kind of frequently, and it just happens. I guess it's part of like, you know, meeting people. I don't even know what I'm doing here. But every time I say that, things tend to work out, so... I don't think I'm doing it right, whatever I'm doing though. Let's fix this. I don't know. I think that's kind of what I'm going for, but it needs to happen faster. This is kind of a painstaking process here. So what? 1 in between. You'll have to forgive the annoying sound this makes while doing this. Oops. Jumping into your disk now. I'm using it to keep track of who I want to keep checking out. Oh, you mean Discord? Is that what disk is? I thought you meant my discography for a second. Yeah, Discord. No worries, no worries. Thank you for joining the Discord. I appreciate that. I kind of like the way this sounds. The new GTA update was crazy, lol. Yeah, I was not paying attention to that. I saw that there was Game Awards only because people were streaming it on Twitch. And I was like, oh, interesting. However, I'm not really into AAA games at all. Like, don't get me wrong, I loved Grand Theft Auto 1 and 2 and 3 and Vice City and San Andreas. But after that, I was just like, it didn't really do anything for me after that. My nephew and sister have been enjoying it. I'm terrible at it. Only the planes and bikes. So that's GTA 5, right? It's crazy that the game is still like doing well considering how old it is now. When did GTA 5 come out? In 2013. Yeah, that's crazy. Still active, still pumping out cash. I just found it funny what they did in this update. Oh yeah, what did they do in the update? For a second I thought we were talking about GTA 6 trailer, because I heard there was a GTA 6 during Game Awards. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. What happens if I do that? Nothing. But yeah, I mean, I remember when like GTA 4 was like finally coming out and everyone was like, oh my god, GTA 4 is coming out. I think this was like 2005 or 2006 or so when everyone was like really excited for it. And then I don't know, I my roommate had it. I had a roommate for a little bit that had it, and I played it for like, I don't know, a month or two, and I don't know, it was okay. It wasn't like as earth-shattering, mind-blowing as all the other ones were for me. It's hard to sit and listen to you lay down one channel and not play my own in my head. Oh yeah, brain is filling in random parts. Yeah, I mean, software is free. You should jump on this. Do you make music, IS? Is that part of what you do? So you can buy this mansion, do missions with Michael, kind of nostalgic. Lots of story mode references, but the funny thing is your mansion can have an AI assistant. It has a voice too. Two of the voices are tame and normal, but the third one went totally crazy. Rockstar knew what they were doing with Angel. Interesting. What's it called? I'm trying to learn Strudel at the moment, but I can kind of work FL Studio. This is GB Studio. So it's actually an engine for making games, for Game Boy, for making Game Boy and Game Boy Color games. But it's got this music section that has a piano roll and a tracker, and it's pretty cool. However, like in order to like make a wave of these tracks, you basically need to record it with like Audacity or something like that while you're playing it here in the engine, and then like adjust the levels and stuff to be more fitting, because it's kind of low volume for whatever reason. But it is a free thing, and whatever you make will work on a Game Boy. That's the other part of it. I'll grab it now, thank you. It just lets you sequence music that Game Boy would have been able to synthesize. So yeah, it's actually making music to play on a Game Boy game, right? So no matter what you make, it will definitely play on a Game Boy. Car says, never understood making music, tried it, but free apps were hard to use and don't really have money to get a good app. Yeah, it is a difficult thing. I definitely started with like cracked stuff back in the day, which I'm not super proud of, but at the same time, like you gotta learn somehow. I think I had a free version of Acid that came with my mom's computer, and that's when I first started getting into it, and it was like Acid Pro. And they had Acid at the school's computer too, so I was doing that there, and I used Acid for a long fucking time. Actually, I think I started in like 99 or so, or no. So I had Cool Edit, before Acid. So I had Cool Edit 2000, Acid Pro, and then I had FL Studio, and then eventually I got a MIDI controller. This was probably like 2010 or so. I got a MIDI controller that came with a light version of Ableton, and I started learning Ableton, and I used that light version for a long time, and eventually I coughed up the $700 or whatever for Ableton Suite, and also another $700 for the Ableton Push 2 MIDI controller. So that's what I use a lot of the time now. But there's no good way to make stuff in Ableton that will work on Game Boy, unfortunately. So I haven't actually been using it a whole lot. What did I miss here? The free ones are honestly as good as the paid ones. Once you get the plugins, it's genuinely really hard. Oh, is there some kind of wild writable Game Boy carts I don't know about? So there are like carts that take like an SD card, which is pretty cool. I don't have any old hardware anymore, unfortunately. I had like the old DMG Game Boy, like the first Game Boy, and then I also had a Game Boy Color, but both got stolen, unfortunately, so I don't have those anymore. And I wish that I would have bought them when they were cheaper, and the price is still like going up, which is kind of messed up. But I want to get like a modded one, but like I don't have a whole lot of money right now, so I've been using a Miu Mini and just putting ROMs with the SD card of the stuff that I make on there. But yeah, this software actually exports into a ROM and a web player, which is cool. And then if you use something like Godot, you can make a executable out of the ROM, which is pretty cool. Kara says, I think I'll stick to my character art. That's the only thing I at least know how to do right. I mean, it's good to stick to what you know, but also it can be fun to experiment. But I get that it's hard to get going at something when you're really good at something else, and then you switch gears to something new and you're like really slow at it. It's really hard to stick with it because you can always just switch back to what you're really good at and then you're moving fast again. I get that way with game engines. Focus is good, you'll get better quicker. Just make sure you take breaks for your brain's sake. Yeah, I'm definitely a very cyclical person. Like I'll cycle through all of my hobbies in these really wide circles. And I get better at all of them, but yeah, it takes a long time to get like really good at any of them. So you had the purple, I had the purple one too, the atomic purple. It had Pikachu burned into it. Oh, mine was still actually really decent when it got stolen, unfortunately. Web player is neat, could share that with my friends. Yeah, absolutely. It would take a little bit of understanding how the engine works to get it to play the music, but it's pretty easy. Can I make embeddable code for Godot somehow so I can use this for minigames? So are you saying that you are capable as a Godot developer and you want to use the music for in Godot? So what I would say then is to record it using something like Audacity and make a wave out of it, and then use that wave in like a modern game engine. I think that would make the most sense if you were planning to do that. But yeah. It says, and remember, I do everything in paint.net, so it's difficult to switch to new things as I only have a line tool. I've never actually used paint.net. I've been using Clip Studio Paint recently. And last night I actually played around with Magma for like the first time, which is kind of interesting. I don't know if anyone's ever used Magma before. But it's like a whiteboard, but it's Photoshop kind of. It's like a Photoshop whiteboard, and it's actually pretty good. Yeah, I'm working on a Godot project. I meant more like can I actually write full games in GB Studio that I could emulate in my actual game? You could. There is a way to do that. I do not know how, but someone is doing that. There's a game where they're doing that, where you like walk up to an arcade in 3D in Godot, and then you play the emulator on the arcade using Godot Boy. And Godot Boy is like a free add-on plugin thing, but I'm like a Unity developer for the most part. I've messed around with Godot just a tiny bit, just to make the executables run on Steam. I wish I knew more about it. Aya says, I paint in Krita, can't use anything else now. I played around with Krita. It was good for like illustration and stuff, but it wasn't as good for like textures and for like 3D modeling and stuff like that. So I was like switching between GIMP and Krita before I got Clip Studio Paint. Paint was free. I've used it for my first ever character design and still using it. Right on. Yeah, no, I've heard good things about paint.net. Sweet. No, it's okay. I didn't expect an explanation, but that's as cool. That's a cool as hell concept. Yeah, I can't remember what the game's called, but it's definitely a thing. It's on Steam. Like you can wishlist it. I don't think it's done yet, but there's like a trailer for it. Oh no, it's absolutely sucking for materials. Yeah, like trying to like just like little basic things that I could do easily on GIMP were hard on Krita, but trying to do little basic things you can do on Krita are hard on GIMP. It's kind of they're very different software for being similar. Yeah, basic translations can get weird as well. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with Clip Studio Paint though. It isn't free, but it is like a one-time purchase. So yeah. I feel like it could do this when you win and then go into that other music maybe. I don't know. Or maybe it like dun 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 and then goes into the music. I don't know. Where's this? Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. Make it go back to that, yeah. And then copy. I don't know how to copy and paste those things. Kind of annoying. There we go. Let's hear what that sounds like from there. Oh. That actually sounds okay. I used Clip Studio Paint for years. Yeah, it's nice. It just ran out of licenses after a bunch of fresh installs and decided to shop around. Right on. What do you usually draw? Portraits, almost always. I felt like I flatlined for a moment there. Oh yeah. Mostly draw angels and demons. Sick. You'd love this project. Can I share the link? Yeah, share. The links are always open here. Feel free to share. And then we can do like a chord. That might be fun. Never really do chords in this software because there's like so little like opportunity for that. So that's that note. Oops, why isn't that drawing? Oh, it's gonna need those things here as well. Actually, I don't think it needs it there. Maybe it does. Oh, this should be there. It like rings out, so let's do.
My name is Eon Flux. I'm here on a mission to assassinate Trevor Goodchild. Is everybody listening? Do you believe me? Everybody happy now?
Oh wow, yeah, those are some crazy illustrations there. The Angelarium. Someone wearing a Santa hat? A holiday sale? That's hilarious. They just like drew a Santa hat on the other one. You're fairly certain you discovered it before ChatGPT 2. It's legit. Yeah, it didn't look like AI art. It has angelic writing, but what about the demon writing? Me like demons. True, I don't think that the artist branched into demons much, but some of the designs sure look demonic to me. Yeah, they did look pretty demonic. They'll ever see biblically accurate drawings of angels, they look more like demons than the demons look like demons. Oh yeah, that it looked like that's what they were kind of going for, that whole biblically accurate angel trend. I just thought that was kind of a weird thing to call it though, because like I don't know, it's the Bible kind of like left it to like, you know, interpretation, and these are just like interpretations, so how can you call them accurate if it's just an interpretation? But that's just me. I get what they're trying to say, like scary angels, because in the original Aramaic, shit was fucking scary. Not gonna lie, I'd be happy being pallid blue and telepathic. Demons in the Bible, goats, angels in the Bible, scary floating eyes that don't blink and watch you sleep. Yeah. Not to get on like a whole religious tangent thing here, but like there's Gnosticism, which is like, I don't know, some people think that Jesus was actually Gnostic, and I don't know, it's like a subgroup, a very small subgroup of people that think that, and it's an interesting religion. They basically thought that they were beings of light that were like forced into human bodies, and that like if you basically ascend, then you can like regain your true form of being a being of light. It's like a really interesting concept. I'm one of the types of people that like can enjoy religion as mythology, and that's about it. But I do enjoy it as mythology. I really like mythologies. modern or historical, ancient especially. I really like mythology, and I consider religion to be a mythology. I know that probably hurts some people's feelings and stuff, but I mean, it's just words at this point, right? So if it ends like that, oops, and then goes to this, what does that sound like? I think that might work, but I'm not finished with it. I think it needs drums or like cymbals or noise, some type of noise. What do we have that we can use? Explosions. Oops. That sounds kind of cool. What if we do like metallic sound? And then a crash. Oops. Oh, I missed a whole lot here. But how can they judge you if they don't watch you sleep? Meat prison. They can judge all they want. They'll never take my free will. Not religious, by the way. I see it as fantasy. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way, Kara. Yeah, of course, it's mostly fantasy propaganda for back when the church was the government. Yeah. I mean, I understand it. Like, they needed to guide people. I mean, people still need guidance. Let's face it. There's still a need for guidance. But yeah, when it was like the governing agency over people, like they kind of ran with it, and they're still kind of running with it today, and depending on where you live. I'm in the Bible Belt of the U.S. right now, which is kind of a strange spot for me, but also like there's not a lot of crime, and the housing is pretty cheap, so it is a good spot for me. It's just a lot of weird people here. Not all of them are weird though. Some of them are pretty cool. Yeah, of course. Oh wait, I read that one. An ad over. Sorry about that, Car. I'm gonna have to slip my friend your stream when they're in a receptive mood. They used to make so many of these projects back in Unity with hardware, accurate graphics, and audio, etc. She basically accidentally made Shovel Knight before Shovel Knight came out. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, I'd love to have her. I'm always down to talk about homebrew and like retro, indie, whatever, pixel art. Even the modern indie stuff is cool in my book. Your project is a whole fantasy story about heaven and hell. Have 4.5 seasons planned. Oh, that's cool. You have so many seasons planned. Awesome, man. I'll be sticking around. Hell yeah. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I tend to stream without a schedule, and that can kind of break up my viewership. So it kind of seems like there's not a lot of people that come in here, and sometimes that's true, and other times it just kind of lines up when more people show up. For a while I was doing like early mornings or late nights, So like there's always like people from other parts of the world dropping in. But then once I start going back to like normal hours, it's like streaming on hard mode without a schedule. I should probably just buckle down and start a schedule. But every time I do that, my sleep starts to drift, and then I'm like sleeping through the schedule. So like it's hard to do. You stream without a schedule and watch without one too. I catch whoever I catch, and I kind of love that. Yeah, I dig that too, but it's also nice to like be like, oh, this person's streaming on this time on this day, and then like hop in and they're there, you know? And then like all the same people are there, and like you know you're gonna have like a good fun time because that's what you do at the same time every week. But yeah, like when your schedule drifts, then it becomes difficult. So I totally get that 100%. Yeah, I haven't experienced scheduled life yet. I've committed to my first Sunday this week. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I've been without a scheduled job for about 5 years now. Yeah, because it's 2025. In 2020, I was fired from a picture framing studio. I asked to use my paid time off, and they fired me for it. And I haven't gone back to like a regular workforce job since. I've just been freelancing. Same, maybe 7 years actually. Oh wow. Are you a freelancer as well? Because yeah, it wasn't long after that the modding client picked me up and was paying my bills for a long time. I had a lot of work coming from them. And yeah, other clients too. It wasn't just them. I had quite a few clients. And now things have slowed down quite a bit. I made so little money this year that I'm actually thinking about like going back into like a regular job. Also, my expenses have risen astronomically since I purchased a house. So there's that. I'm very disillusioned with formal employment. I hear that, Ayaz. I totally hear that. Religion really takes free will. I love many creators who made awesome content. They became Christian and deleted it due to it being against God's word. That's sad and interesting. Beliefs do some crazy shit to people, for sure. And they cause people to do some crazy shit. I'm just very lucky. My partners supported me this whole time, but I have a ton of skills and I'm much healthier now, ready to get started. Yeah, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. I feel that. And like, you gotta do it in a way that works for you. And sometimes I feel like a lot of it is actually just like opportunity, right? And, or what do they say? It's luck, right? But the definition of luck is when preparedness and opportunity combine or collide, or happen at the same time, right? When they line up, when your preparedness and an opportunity just happen to line up, that's what luck is, right? So you have to be prepared and you have to present yourself with opportunities, and that's easier said than done, right? Yeah, I've heard that phrase. I probably screwed it up somehow, but yeah, you got the gist of it. Religions are fairy tales, but flat earthers, they're brain dead. Yeah, it takes a special type of person to think the earth is flat. Like, I can get down with some conspiracies and like, enjoy some like straight up falsehoods just for the, just for like shits and giggles, like the whole hollow earth thing. I think that's hilariously interesting, but the flat earth stuff is just like disgustingly false and on like so many levels. Like, how could that even be realistic? Like, I don't know. Like, not that I believe the Earth is hollow by any stretch, but it's more believable than being flat. You know what I mean? Or like that toroidal Earth theory, right? Where it's just a giant torus. That makes a lot more sense than it being flat. But the fact that we can like observe other celestial bodies, it kind of fixes everything to be mostly one shape. So if you have like water in space, it tries to turn into a sphere, right? And like a lot of like planets were liquid when they formed because they were very hot. Look at the moon. Our current theory of how the moon formed is that we got hit by a giant comet or a protoplanet, right? We got hit by something really, really big, moving really, really fast, and it hit us so hard that it liquefied our planet, and probably liquefied it, and probably combined parts, but also shot the mass that was flying at us. Probably went a different direction and might have even become a comet or a asteroid shower. However, a big chunk of our liquid planet also shot off because it was hit so hard, and then it formed the moon, right? And it cooled relatively quickly, forming what we call the tidal bulge on the moon, which actually fits it to always be looking at our planet. But it's very spherical, like liquid in space. And our planet isn't as spherical because it's been hit by a lot of big things since, I think. But if you look at with the water, it definitely has a spherical vibe. it's definitely not flat, you know? I don't know. I've never been to space, but I have a pretty solid understanding of how that shit works. The moon is made of cheese. I like that. What's your opinion on jams again? I think I remember, but I don't remember. On like game jams? Or like jams in like a jelly donut. Oh wait. Yeah, I'm not sure what. Yeah, game jams. Okay. Nah, man, the Earth is a donut. Yeah, that's the toroidal. Yeah, and the moon is made of cheese. Kind of wish something would liquefy the planet again occasionally. There is evidence that it does happen, like cyclically. Like it could happen again, right? That maybe that wasn't the first time that it happened. Even, you never know. I guess there's no evidence, but because it was liquefied. But if it happened once, it could happen again. I think that's the evidence. New studies came out with crystals that were found on Earth that were so old it dates back way before the collision could have happened. And if the collision did happen, these crystals shouldn't exist. I don't know what they're called. Oh, that's interesting. But how then did the moon form? Aliens? Yeah, game jams. I'll take a swift liquefaction. So yeah, on game jams, I am a fan. I enjoy game jams. I think they're great for people learning. I think that you need to kind of like, I actually plan on making like a series of tutorials and like little game dev talks for YouTube. And game jams is something that I plan to go over. And I haven't actually collected all of my thoughts for the video on this yet. But I do think that you need to go in there with a certain mindset. And if you don't, you'll develop the correct mindset after a while. But the downside is that you could become very disillusioned with game jams if you go in there with the wrong mindset. And if you want to have like the best experience possible, you have to look at it as a learning experience and something to try to have fun with. Because if you go in there thinking you're going to win, you're going to have a bad time. If you go in there thinking that the game is going to be perfect and everything that you want, you're going to have a bad time, right? If you go in there thinking that you're going to have any control over anyone else on the team, unless you're on a team by yourself, you're going to have a bad time trying to control the team. There is a lot to learn about making games, and even more so to learn about making games in teams. So the whole point of a game jam is to condense that learning into like a quick, swift kick to the nuts, basically. It's the whole fail fast philosophy, right? And I'm not saying you can't make nothing good in a game jam. You can. Goat Simulator was made in a game jam. Even the game that I'm working on now started as a game jam game. You can make things that are worthwhile in a game jam. The first game jam that I worked on, I made this game called Light Switch Crusader. That's still on my itch page. People still check it out from time to time. We released it in 2017, and it still gets plays maybe once a month or so. And that's, I mean, it's not a lot, but it's a game it's coming up on 10 years pretty soon here. It's what, 7 years old? So, yeah. Do you think learning to work in a restricted palette or other limitations helps with jams? I've only restricted my color palette for pixel art as I've become more mature, so I think I might be ready for one. So yeah, I think that restricting your scope helps with jams. However, restricting your color palette, as you may know since you're already an artist, is a challenge in itself. So you actually want to remove as many challenges as you can in a game jam, unless you've already practiced that challenge and it's no longer a challenge. Then feel free to challenge yourself a little bit. I mean, but if it's your first game jam, you probably want to just focus on making a game rather than making something that's a little bit more challenging. And don't get me wrong, working within the limitations of the Game Boy, for example, can be just what you need, right? Because when you're working in a big engine that has like lots of different things that you can do with it, like Unity or Godot or Unreal, or even like Construct, or like, engines that have like unlimited capabilities, you can kind of run yourself in circles and not actually get anything done. Or, what do they call that? Analysis paralysis, right? Or, you try to do everything and then you end up doing nothing, right? There's so many things that can go wrong that limiting what you are able to do can kind of force you to be creative with what you can do. However, it is a challenge, right? I mean, it's challenging either way, but it is a challenge to try to work within the limitations of, say, the Game Boy, or within a color palette, or what have you. What I would say, though, is to not be too serious about stuff like that in a game jam. I just want to see what ideas others got and see what passion I can help bleed out of them. Honestly, that's a good way to do it. Like, meeting people is a huge part of game jams, and there's actually some really cool places to meet people for game jams. And yeah, it's always kind of changing. Like, the landscape is always kind of changing, but like, there is always communities that you can find, and lots of Discord servers and places where you can make little teams and meet friends. And that's one of the best parts about game jams, is the community aspect of it. Sorry for long messages. I'm genuinely really interested. No, don't apologize at all. And I feel like there should be some music, because I'm just like talking to the silence here. Let me sip my water here. Kara said, this was like 4 minutes ago. Sorry, Kara. Or maybe just two planets formed at the same time and Earth gobbled up stuff faster. And at one point, Jupiter left the inner solar system to its current position, destabilizing the moon, proto-moon orbit, and bringing it closer to the Earth, and it caught in the orbit. We weren't there back then, so anything could have happened, or stuff we don't understand yet. I agree, Carb. There's room for other things. It just seems likely that we were hit by something really, really hard. That's just the way I look at it. But yeah, if you're saying that those crystals are proof, I mean, it might be evidence to support the opposite, but it's hard to say that they're proof. But yeah, you know, maybe we weren't completely liquefied, or maybe, yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's some way that we don't understand where crystals can grow under certain circumstances faster than we would expect. There's all types of things that could be, you know, it's science. It's not you know, we don't know all the answers yet. That's why science exists, is because we're still learning the answers. Science is constantly kind of changing in a sense as we get new observations and new abilities to see things differently from different perspectives and different understandings. It says, right, so I'd be better off either grabbing a template palette or just grabbing colors as I go and not overthinking it. I think so, honestly. If it's your first game jam, sure. I mean, why challenge yourself further? But what you could do is challenge yourself before the game jam and like learn. Say, for me, I've been using the GB Studio palette that GB Studio readily accepts to turn it into a Game Boy game. And that's been helping me a whole lot. However, I practiced with a 4-color palette for like, I don't know, at least a couple years before I picked up GB Studio. And then once I got into GB Studio, I realized that all of that practice I did only works for background art, and that the sprites can only use 3 colors. And in GB Studio, it's only the light colors and black, so the dark green, you can't use it. So it kind of limits what you can do for sprites within Game Boy, and I had no concept of that when I first started using the palette. And the same would go with Nintendo. Nintendo and Game Boy actually have really similar rules. There's just more colors in Nintendo, and then Game Boy Color has like similar rules, but they're also different rules. It's kind of a weird thing that Game Boy Color does as well. I imagine it can be challenging to work with Game Boy requirements too, though. Oh yeah, absolutely. There's definitely like unseen hurdles that you run into with Game Boy. Especially with this new crystal evidence, scientists always agree and disagree. Yeah, for sure. I kind of want to learn more about this new crystal evidence, honestly. But yeah, I'm not a geologist. I just think it's all kind of interesting. Science will explain away religion, then the next thing will explain away our science. That's an interesting way to look at it. So I don't think you can really explain away religion. I think that you can try and you could like convince people, but there's always going to be beliefs, and regardless of if they're true or not, people are gonna believe stuff. And like the whole reason why religion still exists is because of faith, right? It's hinged on faith. All of religion is entirely hinged on faith, and with faith, you can use faith as a shield against any other concept. Nothing can change your mind if you have faith. Like, that's how it's used. So it's kind of a weird thing. I do actually work in the same palette all the time. I exclusively use this Resurrect 64. But that's 64 colors, so I mean, like, that's not very limited. I mean, it's more limited than like using 256 or millions of colors or whatever, but yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. Damn, that makes sense. I guess there's very limited coloring indexing. Maybe you're right. I don't think you can explain away faith. That's the difference, I guess. Well, like, we probably would have figured out a way to stop religion if there was a way, because it can be detrimental. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's some good things that come with religion, and I'm not trying to piss anyone off or anything like that, but almost every religion has some dark history. And like, I don't know, I used to study theology like in high school, like nothing college level, but I did study art history, which has a lot of theology to it. And I don't know, like for Christians, like the Crusades, man, like that's fucking nuts. That shit's fucking crazy. And like, you know, my mom was really religious. She was really Christian, and I would try to explain to her, like, if you think that like Christianity has done nothing but good, like, you really need to look at the history of Christianity, because it wasn't always good. I mean, granted, now it's pretty helpful in a lot of ways, but there's still wars that get waged on religion, and people die fighting for their God and their beliefs, and that's intense. Like, we're talking about a religion that says you're not allowed to kill, yet it provokes and allows for killing. So like, what is it? Is it nullifying itself? Because that's the way it seems from someone who's an outsider. So I don't know. It's like a whole thing, right? Kara says, and this is what I find the funniest thing. Yeah, how did the universe form? Religion, God did. Science, from nothing. But where did it come from? From nothing. But where did it come from? A Big Bang. And what made the Big Bang happen? Nothing being unstable. Yeah. This is an awesome chat, man. Just gotta say. It's a loot. It's a lot. But I don't use all the groups every time. Religion fills gaps for communities where governments don't. I just question their motives too. Right, there's a lot of good that can come from religion, but there's also room for corruption. I mean, I don't know how other religions say this, but most of them cover the fact that man is fallible. Man makes mistakes, and maybe religion is one of those mistakes. So personally, and I don't mean to get like into like a whole religious thing here, but personally, I believe that it's kind of your spiritual duty as an individual to have an individual spirituality and to understand the world using your perception, not using a book or other people's interpretations of the world. I mean, sure, you're allowed to take everything in and observe it, but like process it using your own brain. And I think that's, if there is a God, or if there was a Jesus, that's what they would have wanted. They would, in fact, if you were to say, I can't trust my own thinking at all, I need to trust this book, I think if there was a Jesus or if there is a God, they would be upset at that. I think that would upset. It would be like a smack in the face. Like, we gave you this thing in your head to be the most judgmental animal on the face of this planet, and you can't even judge what's going on? You can't even try? You're not even gonna give it a whirl? You know, like, I don't know. Also recently found out a Family Guy episode. In a Family Guy episode, there are over 50 passages in the Bible where God kills innocent babies. Yeah. I think even if there is any truth to any of the faith systems people observed during the creation of Abrahamic faith, the mistake they probably made was writing it down. So the written word is a technology, right? And for a long time, things were passed down through singing and just like rituals. But as you know and I know, things change over time. And then so when the written language came, it was a way to help solidify things from changing, which is again basically just another way of removing agency from the individual, right? So like cuneiform, right? That was like, well, now it's, you know, in stone, clay tablets. These should last hundreds, if not thousands of years. And now we know this is what, you know, is. Even though it doesn't make a whole lot of sense reading it now because there's a lot of lies in that shit. Or what we could only assume is lies because people don't live to be, you know, hundreds and hundreds of years old today. I don't know how they were back then, but maybe there's something about it. We don't know. I don't know. There's ancient alien mythology there. So whatever. Yep. But again, it's all words and a jumble. You can read it all 200 ways. Agree with you. Yeah. How do you read killing babies in different ways? So the whole thing about killing babies, right? So, and this is kind of a weird subject for stream, right? But like, it happens. I'm not saying like, you know, I'm just saying it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. But babies die. And they used to die a lot more back in the day, right? I mean, it's just hard. So like, life was even harder back before anesthetics and, you know, before like proper like cleaning, right? And I don't know. They had to justify what was happening around them by saying that, like, you know, God's will and all of this stuff, right? Like, God works in mysterious ways and all of this stuff to like help you feel okay about the fact that like you have to have a lot of children because some of them are or might die when they're young. And it's kind of appalling to talk about today. It's something we don't talk about because it's so rare now. It still happens, but it's really rare. And it wasn't rare back then. There is an ad starting in 1 minute and 30 some odd seconds, and I can't stop it. So just a heads up there. I mean, in a general sense, I'm sure there's passages that are explicit about it. It's a tech, yep, and like all tech, it's abusable, absolutely. At least some religions made sense, like take the Japanese kami. They were based on things we could observe, like the sun, the ocean, nature, etc., etc. Yeah, I think people find this stuff more shocking now because it isn't most people's reality in the Western world. Back then, it was considered an act of God that could destroy a village. They say Eastern countries are brainwashed, but Western countries are just as much brainwashed, if not more. So I think the whole world is brainwashed. I think all of us are subject to our conditioning. No matter how much you try to break it, you're still just trying to break your conditioning. And honestly, I think it's a good idea to try to change your worldview and understand things from as many perspectives as possible. And I think that's helpful as an individual, as a species, you know, as society. You know, I think all societies should try to understand the other societies, the other cultures. I think that it's a helpful thing. But yeah, the ad is gonna start very shortly here. There's nothing I can do to stop it. Alright, let's hear what this sounded like again. I've already forgotten. Maybe we should make those into chords too. That might be interesting. Oh, can't do that. That's not how that works. Alright, there's the ad. Let's hear how this sounds. It kind of doesn't sound good. Damn, I need a stronger ad blocker. Ad over. Yeah, it's kind of hard to block the Twitch ads. I don't know how people do it, to be honest. I've heard of people doing it, but I don't know of a way. I ain't a democratic communist person. I'm a Unitarian. I don't really know what that is, a Unitarian. I don't think I've heard of that. I don't know what I would say that I am. I think that in the US we should probably have more socialism. I think, you know, if you look at our socialist systems that work, they're some of the best systems in our country. For example, the fire department. You know why we use socialism for a fire department? Because back in ancient Rome, they had a capitalist system for the fire department. And it was a shit show. It was an absolute shit show, right? Because, you know, let's say your neighbor's house is on fire, and fires used to spread a lot more back then. So if your neighbor's house was on fire, there's a good chance that your house was going to start on fire too. Well, the fire department wouldn't put out the neighbor's fire until that you sold them your house. So if you didn't sell your house, they would let the fire spread. And then they go to the next neighbor and say, hey, your neighbor's house is on fire. Do you want to sell your house? And they'd be like, yes, I want to sell my house because the neighbor's house is on fire. I don't want a house that's about to be on fire. I'll sell it to the fire department. And then the fire department would put out the house that was on fire. And then they would have a free house, basically, because they would undersell them. You know, they would ask for a lot cheaper price because the neighbor's house is on fire. Hey, Indiana Crones, welcome in. Rico, how you doing? Good to see you. Everyone should check out Indiana Crones, by the way. They're one of the people that I play games with on the reg. 2 or 3 days a week we play games. We were playing last night, Heroes of Hammerwatch. But yeah, we're making music. I don't like the new changes that I made to it. It just sounds more repetitive all of a sudden. I don't know what I did wrong. That sounds a little bit better. Maybe I was just using the wrong tones. I don't like that. I missed again. All right, beep 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 boop beep boop. Yep. Let's see. Unitarian means I believe in the unity of Earth and people and making the planet a better place through unity, and it will happen one day. Question is, will it happen? Will it one day happen peacefully, or after the atomic bombing of the planet and the last remaining humans would have to unite to survive? I can agree with that. I think that's a solid solid philosophy that, you know, and, you know, not to sound like a hippie, but we're all one being. It doesn't seem like it, but we are all one being. Take enough mushrooms, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. I don't condone drug use, but it's a thing. We're all one being, and we are part of the earth. And if we are destroying the earth, we are destroying ourselves. And for economies to put aside the responsibilities of taking care of the people and the planet for the sake of making more money, something is wrong. Something is dead wrong with that, and it will cause collapses. Things collapse. Don't do drugs, kids. Yeah, I'm not trying to condone drug usage, but on a spiritual level, some people believe that religion began because of drug use. Like, seriously, like, so it's like when religion started, it's kind of like how I described it earlier. It was a unique respect for existence. Taco Crepe, welcome in. Everyone should check out Taco Crepe also. Nobody should do drugs, so there is more for me. There you go. Yeah, what's the stuff that grows on wheat? Ergot. So ergot is synthesized to make LSD. I actually did a report on it in college. But yeah, people had been using ergot for centuries as a way to stimulate the uterus during childbirth, not realizing that it was like LSA, I believe. There's LSA in ergot, and with some synthesizing, you can get LSD from LSA, I believe is how it works. I'm not a chemist. That's it, ergot. Always loved the name, never remembered it. Hi Rick, hi gang. Hey Taco, welcome in. Yeah, like I said, everyone should check out Taco's stream if they haven't. Ias, it looks like, knows Taco. Taco knows everybody. And Taco is just one of the best pixel artists out there right now. Especially on Twitch. And they're killing it. So definitely check out their work if you have any interest whatsoever in pixel art. I'm gonna throw the background music on again. Because yeah, we're doing a lot of chatting today. Kara says, yeah, I take the story of Jesus and the endless bread and fish, totally dig drugs while writing that. Or Moses, right? The burning bush, right? The tablets, like, I mean, there's a lot of Bible stories that could be drug use. In fact, there's a lot of people who think that manna described in the Bible is actually psilocybin mushrooms. There's people that actually believe that, and there's evidence to support that that's what was going on. That you took mana and it determined whether you were going to heaven or hell. And if you've ever like taken hallucinogens with a lot on your mind or like a guilty conscience, you have a bad trip. And if you have a clear conscience, if you're in a good setting, you have a good trip. And there's a clear difference between someone having a good trip and a bad trip. And even thousands of years ago, this was obvious. I was just drooling over Taco's GUI art and considered quitting. No, don't quit. No. I know how Moses split the sea. God let a big fart rip and the ocean flow. Jeez. No, I make a tutorial soon. It's quite simple to make, actually. Yeah, you should do more tutorials. I'm actually thinking about doing some GB Studio tutorials myself. I think that would be a good way to get more people into like what I'm doing as far as making games and selling games and that kind of stuff. Maybe get some some Pyro Toad sales. I don't know. I was gonna say Taco Toad. Maybe get some Pyro Toad sales. You know. Wait, I forgot. Could I use the F word in chat? I believe so. I don't see why not. If you can't, let me know. I heard Moses used a Beyblade to split the sea. I don't know what a Beyblade is. I imagine it's something from a video game. Beyblade Metal Fusion. Oh, okay, so that's from an anime then. Never mind. I'm gonna do mine in black and red, I think, which is weird because I don't really like those colors IRL. Well, they stand out. They definitely stand out. I used to love black and red when I was a kid. I was a big Blackhawks fan. Yeah, fuck, there you go. Shaking my head. What are you shaking your head about, India? A tutorial would be amazing, Rick, though it does take a lot of work to make one. Yeah, I agree. But, you know, I spend so much time, like, talking about what I'm doing in GB Studio that I'm kind of making mental notes. Taking mental notes on how I would explain it in, like, one video and try to make it quick. Do shorts for TikTok or whatever. Guy doesn't know what Beyblade is. What do you expect from me? What is a Beyblade? Wait, Indiana. You know what a Beyblade is? I thought Indiana was like anti-anime. Isn't this from an anime? Beyblade Metal Fusion? Now I'm confused. It's not anime. Oh, it's not anime. Well, what is it? Oh, I got you. It's those spinny things. I remember those. Dude, I couldn't afford that shit when I was a kid. You know, actually, honestly, I think I had one. I think I had something similar. Was there like a precursor? I think I had a precursor. Because mine didn't look as fancy as that. I don't know, maybe it was the same thing. I don't know, the little like stadium thing was like plastic and real cheap on mine. I don't know if it was called a Beyblade. We only played with it a few times and we fucking threw it away. Or maybe it got broken. Someone's like stepped on it or something. I don't know. Beyblades are toys that had anime made to advertise it. Oh, so there was anime. Look at that. I'm actually disgusted Rick doesn't know what a Beyblade is, but I was being polite. It's like Battle Tops. Wait, is Battletops something similar? Is that what I had? There is a game called Battling Tops. I don't know what I had, but it was like a cheaper version of that. Or maybe it was Battletops. I don't know. I grew up wanting Crossfire and never getting it. You guys remember the Crossfire commercials? They made that shit look so cool. But not surprised. My parents got me dolls as a kid. You know, I got a lot of dolls as a kid too, but it was like action figure dolls. Ghostbusters, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Thundercats, He-Man, and then Z-Bots eventually. I thought Z-Bots were the shit. Z-Bots were pretty cool. You guys remember Z-Bots? Z-Bots. I think these were the first generation ones too. Well, maybe not. This one and this one seem a little... I had like all of these though. No, I didn't have this one. I don't think I had that color variation of that one. I had like a blue or a white and red one. I don't know if I had this one. I definitely had this one. I had this one. This was one of my favorites actually. I think I had this one. We definitely had this one. I had that one. I had that one. I had that one. I had a different color variation of this one, and I think a different color variation of this one, different color of that one. I don't know if I recognize that one or that one, to be honest. But there was like a whole bunch. Z-Bots was the shit. Here's someone's collection. Yeah, I had all the military ones. I had a different color of that one. This one was one of my favorites. It had like drill arms and like a cobra head. We also had this big like base. I think we had this car too. We also had like this thing over here, which was like a giant robot. Z-Bots were the shit. I couldn't either, but I still know what it is. I never had a Beyblade, FYI, everyone. I remember having one that my mom gave me. Once she checked her bank account one day, looked surprised as hell and said, "Want a Beyblade?" That's hilarious. But I don't live under a rock. Wait, are Beyblades not a thing there? It was so big over here, I assumed it was big everywhere. Honestly, I was like probably a little old for that, because that didn't come out till 1999, it looked like, and I was really into video games at that point. Like if it wasn't a video game, I didn't care. Where are you based? No, it was the only way I could describe it. OMG, yeah, mine got stolen though. Philippines, never knew what that was. My parents got me dolls as a kid. Damn, Taco, we gonna throw down? I should get a Beyblade first. I used to swap the different gender/race feet on my sister's Bratz dolls to drive her insane. Thundercats. You remember Thundercats, Taco Crib? You're too young for Thundercats, right? A 12-foot one. Feet is gender now? Oh, I don't recall Z-Bots. I know Zoids though. I don't know Zoids. Z-Bots rings a bell. Here's a random one though. Remember Cubics? These are so cool. Pixeliana with the raid. Welcome in, Pixeliana. Everyone, I hope you're doing well. We're just kind of chatting here. I've been working on Demonfish Dead Ahead slowly but surely. We were looking at Z-Bots when you came. We've been caught looking at Z-Bots. But I was making music. We made this, which is kind of like a intro to this. Oh. Yeah, welcome in Raiders. Welcome in Pixel Yana. Yana Raid. I'm too young for Thundercats, but I've seen them as a kid. Oh, right on, right on. Yana, do you have anything that you'd like to share? Thanks so much for being there. Damn, this sounds so cool. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. You made me feel really old. I was the one who brought up Thundercats. I was really into Thundercats when I was little. But then I got really into Ghostbusters, and then I got really into Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and then I got into Z-Bots eventually, and that's why we're talking about Z-Bots. It's a great show though. Does this mean we have to let you get back to work now, Rick? No, I just, you know, I got caught looking at Z-Bots by a raid, so that'll happen. No, I don't mind chatting. I chat quite a bit. And look, we made this cool piece of music, so that's cool. Actually, we made a first piece of music too. What was the first one? I already forgot what it sounds like. I gotta go. Enjoy your stream, Rick. Bye, everyone. Thanks again for the raid, Pixeliana. I hope you have a wonderful day or whatever it is there. Take care. But yeah, if anyone came from the raid and has anything they want to share, that's cool too. Links are open. I love seeing what people are up to and all that stuff. We've been talking about angels and demons, Abrahamic religion, Z-Bots, yeah, natural evolution. Yup. I mean, earlier we were talking about the Super Mario Brothers Super Show. So, I mean, that's part of that evolution too, right? Swing your arms from side to side, do 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 the Mario. Take one step and then again, do 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 the Mario. All genetic paths ends in Z-Bots, I'm sure. I mean, did you look at them? This is unlocking memories for me. I had this thing, this flying ship. I had this one, I had this one, I had this one. I had these ones. These ones came with like a Happy Meal or something, Burger King Happy Meal or something. I had a different. I had like a flesh tone one with red veins. I think I had this one but a different color. This one with a different color. Oh yeah, this was another one that came with like a Happy Meal. I think I had this one. Definitely had this one. This one was one of my favorites too. Also, this one was one of my favorites too. It was like a skeleton one. It's like Helldivers or something. I didn't have these though. These are pretty cool. Those are older. Oh, this looks very Star Trek. I looked at them a little too hard. They looked back. There you go. Be careful when you look into the Z-Bots. Look at all of these Z-Bots. You can't. It's so. Oh, it won't let me zoom in. Such an old image. This one's missing a leg. I can't even Can't even make them out. But that's a lot of Z-bots. Man, some of these pictures, why even post them? They're just like a big blur. Oh, you know what other toys were cool? Oh, I can't find them easily. The alien toys. I don't know what company made them. Was it Leonard? I remember mine looking a little different. I don't think these were the same ones that I had. The gross sticky ones? No. Wait, here they are. Henner. They were crazy. I don't know what images are good, but like I think I had all of these. Actually, I don't know if I had this one, but I had this one, that one. We had the snake one. The snake one had like a piece of wire in it and it was flexible. And you could like wrap it around things. This one had a rubber head and a little hole and you could like put it underwater and squeeze the head and then take it out of the water and squeeze it again and it would shoot water out of its mouth. This one had like a projectile on its back that if you hit a button on its tailbone, it would like shoot. And this one had a button on its spine that would make it explode. It would literally explode. It was really kind of cool. The crab alien. I don't know why that bat's there. The bat's not an alien. The winged queen. The queen was cool too. It had a button that made its tongue shoot out. That was pretty cool. I didn't have this one, but my friend had it. Remember that. Oh, here's another cool grouping of them. Yeah, I don't think I had this one. I had the mantis one. I thought that one was super cool. It was like green translucent. I didn't have this one or that one. Also, that looks like a bigger snake. I think I had this one. It was so hard to find the people. For some reason, there was only ever one person, and it was the same one every single time. And it was Atex, who wasn't even a character in the movies. Oh, I had the Predators too. I'm surprised we're not seeing Atex. Oh, here he is. So Atex came with like this alien armor. And for some reason it was the only human that you could find at all the toy stores for years. I think they like discontinued these ones. Okay, these are sick. I love the old articulated toys with little details. Yeah. By the way, there's an ad starting. Let me snooze that. Alright. There's a face hugger with the stormtrooper. Some of these are really cool. The rhino. I didn't have that one. Yeah, I definitely didn't have this one, but it looks a lot like this one. They're like the same thing. Maybe it's just a painted version? I don't know. This was the guy outside of his armor. Alright, let's change the music. This music isn't supposed to repeat that much. Go back to the other new one. Yeah, oh, I had this one too. It like, its head like rammed. I think there was a button and it like, cause like here it is in and then out. It was like a ram alien. Kind of a dumb idea. I really liked this one. This one was my favorite. I think the lever made its arms swing, and you could like position it in different spots and it would still swing. So if you put them up, it would swing it down, kind of thing. But yeah, it was like translucent with like this silver paint. The toys I remember most vividly of mine were the toy soldier ones from the movie. I think it was called that. I know what you're talking about. I feel like it was called something else though. Soldiers something. Maybe it was just toy soldiers. Small soldiers? Was it small soldiers? Yeah, small soldiers. Is that what you're talking about? I think it was one of those with a different US and UK name, but I don't know. Oh, maybe small. Yeah, from the film Small Soldiers. I mean, maybe it had a different name in the UK. I didn't have any of the toys. My little stepbrother was a big fan of the film. And it's actually a pretty good film. I went back and watched it because I've been watching like a lot of 90s movies. It's like a nostalgia thing. And it is actually a pretty good movie. It's a good one. That was really cool for the time, made a lasting impression on you. Cool. Yeah, my little stepbrother was obsessed with it. I don't think he ever had the toys, but he was obsessed with it. So I think there's a way to play another song maybe at the end. Maybe not. Oh, call routine. Right? Is that what it is? I don't know how to do that. I need to look this up. Huh. Alright, I'm gonna need some music while I try to learn this stuff real quick. Let's see here. Script, set music routine. Attach a script to one of the 4 music routines that can be triggered from a .uge file. In the music editor, you are able to use the call routine effect in your songs to trigger these scripts in time to music. Routine, the music routine, either 1 or 0, 1, 2, or 3. On call, the script to run. Set music routine, routine 0. Okay, I think I get it. So if you go to the game world, well, first let's save it. Go to game world, and then on this one, we'll say play music track, and then cutscene music 3, and then I think we gotta go to scripts. No? Where? Hold on, where was I at? Wait. Did I lose what I was looking at? Oh, I dragged it down here, didn't I? Set music routine. Oh, I think that's its own event. So set music routine. Okay. So we'll set this before that. And then on call routine 0, we'll say, oh, welcome back from the ads. Kara said, what I find most interesting in mythology is fairies. Like in modern day, we made fairies very tiny, but in true mythology, they were human-sized. Yeah, I forget about that a lot. Yeah, I think it depends on the culture, but yeah, I think like I don't really know, to be honest, but I feel like there was like I don't know, there was like genies and jinns, fairies, like there's all types of like weird mythological creatures that were very human-like. But yeah, I don't really know that much about fairies. What I think is really interesting and really kind of a fun rabbit hole, and obviously like laughable, is that there are modern day people who believe that fairies exist still. Like people of modern times that still believe in fairies. Like they believe in them. Like they're a real thing. And there's like all types of videos on YouTube of people like catching fairies on camera, and people talking about their experiences dealing with fairies, and like it's fun, you know, but it's one of those things that's like after you see enough, it almost makes you want to believe in it, but it's so hard to believe in that like it's just laughable. But at the same time, hey Rick, give them credit for at least thinking the Earth is a spirit. There you go. Derger, welcome in. I think the Earth is a cube. I mean, it's clearly it is a cube. It's a Rubik's Cube. There's no doubt about that. I mean, we all know that the moon is just a plate. Now that's where I draw the line. It's a pear. It's a donut and the moon's made out of cheese. Alright, so here we're gonna do music, play music track, and then we want cutscene music 3. Where is that? At the end? Or cutscene music 2. Alright, so we're setting the music routine, and then we're playing the track that has the music routine in it. Alright, so now what we want to do is make this one the starting scene. So we'll set that, and then we want the player to start there, I think. Or actually, it would make more sense if it was there. So was that 68:17? And this should be there too. I wish you could just like easily overlap them. Otherwise we gotta do it the hard way. This one here. Boop. Alright, so now we're gonna hit play and it's gonna start the entire ROM here for testing purposes. Thanks for the alert, Durger. Appreciate that. This is a one stop motion show with the character base obsessed with cheese actually going to the moon and trying to eat it. Something like Wallace and Gromit. Wallace and Gromit, yeah. One of the UK's finer exports. I remember the first time I came across Wallace and Gromit, I was obsessed, and it was like a fucking marathon. I was at a friend's house and we were playing like DuckTales on NES like all night long, or maybe it was Tiny Toons on NES, or maybe it was Final Fantasy, I can't remember. We're playing a lot of NES games and it was like time for bed, but we could like watch TV while we were going to bed, and we were like sleeping with like sleeping bags in like the playroom that my buddy had, like the big family room, and they had this big screen TV, and I remember just watching Wallace and Gromit like all night long, because I was not like going to sleep while that show was on. Like I waited until the marathon was over. The Wrong Trousers is my personal favorite. Yes, The Wrong Trousers. The only thing I love from the UK is the comedy show Mind Your Language. Oh damn, that's an old one. Por favor. What about Monty Python? Oh shit, that's like not fitting on the screen properly. Look at that. Oh, that's because of where I put it. I fucked that up, didn't I? Or maybe it should be over one more? Yeah, it should be 69. Alright, so I hit the button. Oh, it already did its thing. Let's start this over again. Turn off the music. And this time I need to click on it as soon as it pops up. Monty Python, I love, but I've not seen any of them for at least 5 or 6 years. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Monty Python. I think I've seen all of it. I don't think I've missed any of it. I also have a Monty Python Redeem. Or 2? No, just 1. One of my favorites. Where is it? So many redeems. I've lost it. Where is it? Oh, I don't even see it anymore. Did it disappear? Oh, here's the thing. Hey, you see that? It worked. It played one song and then went right into the other. And then we hit the button and whoa, that fucked up. And then it did that. And then it did that. That was really weird. So it might be a little broken, which is interesting. Oh, I found it. MyPython. I just wasn't looking.
How can we all have died at the same time?
The salmon moose. What did I miss? What did I miss? Yeah, it's like one of those old classic sitcoms, I believe. All of the episodes are on YouTube, though. There's an absolute treasure trove of old dumb 90s and 2000 comedy shows that never escaped the UK. I'm always keen to dump them on people. Or the memes of UK's national food being beans on toast. Speaking of 2000s comedy from the UK, did you ever see Look Around You? I actually almost made a redeem for that one also. I got really close. Look Around You is phenomenal. Damn, yes, that rings a bell. It was on Adult Swim. That's the only reason why I found out about it. But it blew my mind. I mean, I was smoking a lot of weed. It's a surrealist sketch comedy, right? Kind of. It's pretty surreal, and it is sketch comedy, but it's not like all sketches. It's set up like it's a educational video, right? Remember back in like the day, you had to watch a video every once in a while, and it would be like, we're gonna learn about carbon, and then it would be like a video about one thing, right? Oh yes, that's it, I remember. Yeah, they had one on, what was it, calcium. That was like one of the best episodes. Can you guess what it is? Like this whole thing, like, write that down in your notebook. Oh my god, the calcium episode was so good. And then the second season was good too. It had like the what was it? The future of music or something like that. The year 2000 of music. So the whole thing was like set in the 70s. That's what I think. That's part of what like made it awesome, because like it was early 2000s humor of like a view of the 70s. Was there IT episodes, or am I misremembering? Because I remember a fake educational comedy with IT instructional stuff. I don't think it really went into IT so much. It was mostly like science stuff, but like not really very sciencey science stuff. And then the second season was a little bit more all over the place. But the white screen crash. Look at all these cool garbled tiles that it made before it crashed. Alright, so that actually works pretty well, just having the two pieces of music. However, this thing's clearly broken. Yeah, it's like jumping around. Which is weird. I think it's supposed to be the same as these. So let's just copy this and paste it over this. Oops. No, that's not what I want. And then this. We'll move this up and change this to be change scene. And we want it to change scene to cutscene win 2. We want it to go to whatever this was. I guess we could look the other one. 68 and 17. 68, 17. All right, let's try it one more time. Yeah, you're a demon in chat. You changed your stream character. Good choice. Yeah, nice. My memory of it is hazy. I think it was a late night Friday watch when I was a kid. Yeah, it was definitely on late at night on Adult Swim here in the States. Once I spotted that one, I switched rapidly. Oh, you're talking about the IT one? Yeah, I don't think I saw that. I'm sure there's a whole bunch of UK TV that I missed. I did actually watch the UK Office a little bit, and then I never watched the American Office until like last year or two, like a year and a half ago. I actually watched a few episodes of it. Oh no, the demon avatar and stream game. Oh, I got you. Alright, so if we hit the button, it did the same thing. It's going fucking wild. So apparently they're all wrong. Alright. So, oh wait, no, we never deleted the first one, that's why. Alright. No, but this one's wrong too. Wait, is it supposed to be? Oh, wait, we're starting at the wrong spot. That's the problem. We're supposed to be starting like over here somewhere. 917. I don't know what the hell I'm doing anymore. $917. And this one 917. I completely forgot what the fuck was going on. It was going, thank you for all your hard work. You defeated all the imposters, and you even returned my crown. Thank you for all the hard work. It's kind of repetitive. I mean, I do specialize in drawing succubi. Succubi are pink. Wait, I missed a whole lot here. But why do people always make female demons in art only wear panties? And that's it. Just noticed it in my stream avatar. And a cape, I guess. Well, it's also got boots. Yeah, they do tend to default to succubus for everything. I appreciate the designs, but I know what you're saying. Succubi are pink. Right. Alright, you did it. You defeated all the imposters. And you even returned my crown. Thank you for all your hard work. I think the water is going too slow still. Let's fix that. We'll just go 1/2 speed. Alright, let's try it again. One more time. Is that a squid? At the bottom? These things down here? It's either a squid or a jellyfish. Could oh wait, the bag, are they the true, this is the true lord. He's the true lord. He's kind of a squid, yeah. He's kind of a squid. But he's also like, I don't know. He's the true lord. He's the devil. Because this game takes place in hell. It doesn't distinctly say it. But when it starts somewhere, hey, you're finally awake. I am the lord of this realm. Can I eat it? Hell, So the game is called Demonfish Dead Ahead. The setting is in hell, but hell is like a series of oceans, and there are demon fish, and it's your job to collect them so you can get strength to overcome the imposters, which are the bosses in the game. And then these are the cutscenes where you've hurt them. Yeah. And that one you actually save the fish from death. And that one's a dragon. Yeah. That actually looks pretty good, the water.
Hadouken!
Hadouken! Alright, so that works. That is what we want. The music is good. So we don't have cutscene music for the other ones. We do have cutscene music for this, so let's throw that in there. Play music track. Cutscene 1. Throw that at the top. Boss 1. Alright, so it's sending you right there. We actually want it to be down there. So I should do that on all of these boss things. Let's throw on the background. This Twitch point system was definitely designed by someone with an innate knowledge of ADHD. Are you talking about my redeems? You don't like my eclectic redeems? They used to all be really cheap, but I had to raise the prices because people got carried away with them. This is one of my newest ones. Oh, the whole system in general, you love them? That's cool. Yeah, I'm a pretty big fan of it too. It reminds me of those stores at arcades. Oh yeah, where you have to use the tickets to get like plastic retractable knives that don't cut anything, or like little candies and shit. Or like little finger puppets made out of some type of silicone goo stuff. I don't even know what it was. Yeah. No, I used to love going to the arcade, to be honest. This legit sounds like indie album ad-libs now. How can we do it instead? I think you're both in my server, right? I mean, unless you left the server, which is fine, but I think you're both in my Wave Games server. Could be wrong. But yeah, I mean, if you feel comfortable sharing the art here, you're always welcome to that. No, you left the Hapian service. Ah, okay, I got you. Well, no worries. If you feel comfortable sharing your art in Twitch chat, you can, of course. You know, then other people can see it though, so there's that. Yeah. You don't accept many ads, keep your list trimmed, so you don't lose your real life friends. I don't want to show on stream because I'm scared of getting stolen. Ah, that's right, Kara, I remember now, yeah. No worries. I was saying 158. I don't know what this is having an issue with, but it's definitely having some type of issue somewhere. So this is the one that needs to go to 917. Wait, this says increment beat overlord. Oh, I guess they're all overlords. 0917. I'm not even really sure if I use that anymore. I don't know, I might have to go back into that at some point. I think all of the bosses use that same variable. You can't understand my voice. Oh, because of the thing? Because of the audio thing? I'm sorry. It's almost over. I didn't realize it was that, I didn't realize it changed it that much. Why is this filter, of the robot chicken vibes by like 1,000%? Sorry. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know. There's an ad. Something about it completed an aesthetic for me. Is Stream Avatar is yours? It's a Steam thing, I believe. Yeah, it's actually a Steam game. But I did make a few different avatars in there. Like the Pyrotoad one is mine, and some of the ones at the end, like the Game Boy looking ones, are mine. But the game itself is not mine. I see. I'm new to that kind of stuff. Yeah, I've been using it for a few years, but it's actually pretty deep, and there's stuff about it that I don't know. Like, you can fight each other and stuff, which is pretty cool. I wonder if these fishy dudes are coming. Wait, what fishy dudes? The fishy dudes in the game that I'm making? I'm confused. Don't fight me. I'll try not to. And then this one goes to Dragon Lord 0917. So I believe now you should be able to beat the game. Maybe we should test it. Although we don't have a cutscene for those ones, we can just use the one cutscene we have as a placeholder. Oh, that wasn't what I wanted to do. Rosie. I pasted it without copying it. Alright, let's just delete that one. And we'll copy this one. So I don't have music for all the cutscenes. I do kind of want to make separate music for each cutscene, but for now we can get away with using this one. And also, the demo is like almost ready. Only thing the demo needs now is like a preview of the full game content, which I already have set up. I just don't have the actual preview content, which is kind of a difficult thing to do because the camera has to be like perfectly aligned, which is easy for something like this, but when it's in the game, the player moves by pixels. But if you like edge it up against a wall or something, then that'll work. So that might be the trick there. The ones you're working on now. Oh, okay, yeah, no, I don't have a way to animate them, to have them move around like Stream Avatars kind of requires. They would have to like slide around and they wouldn't work very well because the way they're set up. Unfortunately, I was planning on making a fishing game in the overlay, like in that little top screen that's kind of showing, actually it's promoting the game right now. I was planning on making a little fishing game to do up there using Mix It Up, but I wasn't able to figure it out, and I kind of gave up, and it was taking a lot of time, but it would still be fun to do. Anyways, it's time to test this, I think. And maybe I'll take some screenshots Oh, I guess it should be in the color mode if we're gonna take screenshots, though. Oh wait, no, it won't. We won't need to, because we'll give it the palette in the engine, and then it can translate this grayscale to the color for the Game Boy Color version. That's what we'll do, yeah. Finalizing and publishing, never reached to that stage. I want to make a collaborative weapon forging game. Just need to dig through the APIs. If I flesh out a skeleton, I'll throw it your way. Well, that's cool. I appreciate the thought. Honestly, like, and I don't mean to like make anything more difficult for. Oh, I forgot to change the beginning scene. But I'm kind of picky on what I work on, to be honest. So I don't know. Maybe in the future, it's hard to say. You know, I don't really know you all that well. I don't really know what you're capable of, and I choose my team members pretty much based on what they've done. If I don't know anything about them, and if you haven't done anything, that makes it really hard to choose teammates. Yeah, I get that, not a problem. But I would be interested in seeing what you make, and even helping you out with like you know, like ideas, or helping you with playtesting, or if you got questions on what I would do or that kind of stuff, I'd be happy to help you, and a lot of that way. I'm new here. I've got a lot of catching up to do. Yeah, no, I totally, you know, but maybe in the future, you never know. It's just I tend to do a lot of solo stuff, and I do work with teams on occasion, but a lot of times it's because there's like either some like, you know, money, like I'm getting paid, you know, like up front, or there's like revenue share. And with revenue share, I'm usually kind of reluctant to do it because there's usually not a lot of money, and it's hard to judge that when you're in the project. And like even Pyrotoad, like I had a lot of fun working with Johnny Mangiero. He was awesome. We got along really well. We made something really cool, but it didn't really pay very well, unfortunately, because we just didn't get enough game sales. And that's unfortunate, because it would have been really nice to, you know, have a lucrative model and keep moving forward with that. But, and I'm sure he probably feels the same way, that like we both spent a lot of time on something that didn't really pay off, unfortunately. So it would probably be a more lucrative choice to work independently, because then we won't have to split the small amount of revenue that we do make, if that makes sense. Revenue share has very little guarantee for people who need the money. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, and it's not like I didn't know what I was getting into with Johnny either. Like, we were both pretty aware that we weren't going to make a whole lot of money. I think both of us wanted to make more than we did on Pyrotoad, and it's still for sale. Like, people are still buying it. It's slow going, but maybe the next sale there'll be some people holding out. You never know. If you're capable of covering all bases, why wouldn't you? I'm generally the same. I mostly just want to do breakout projects with friends for fun sometimes at this stage. I hear that. I think that's another good spot for game jams. Game jams is a great way to do something small, something that isn't like hinged on like cost effectiveness, or like there's not a whole lot of pressure, right? Depending on how long the game jam is, sometimes it's just like a weekend or something. So like if things go terribly sideways, it's the very worst. It's just a weekend, you know, and hopefully you can still learn something. That's the fucked up thing. Some people make great things, but get no sales. Some people make garbage and it goes viral. Yeah. My last partner project doesn't really need me at this point, to be fair. Yeah, I'll sign up to a jam next year. It'll be a good way to really show you guys what I can handle. Oh yeah, absolutely. And if you do streaming, I love streaming game jams. That's like something that I'm really into. But it is kind of a challenge, like, cause like doing the game jam in itself is hard, streaming is hard, and then combining the two, I was pretty nervous the first time I did it. Actually, I think Demonfish Dead Ahead was the first time that I was like, I'm gonna make this whole game during the game jam. I was a little overconfident too. Alright, so this scene is now gonna be the starting scene, so set that, and this doesn't matter on that one. We'll set demo to false, save it. By the way, when will you stream Skyrim VR again? Honestly, I haven't really thought about doing it again. My setup is so like janky for something like that. I literally needed to stream my laptop to my desktop and then run OBS and all of my streaming software from my desktop while running the game and the VR stuff from my laptop, and it was still stuttering, and I had to turn down the textures really low, and like it was kind of brutal, to be honest. It's a fun game, so if I feel the urge, I'll definitely try to stream it again, but like yeah, it felt like a rough stream. Yeah, I started streaming a week or so ago. I don't mind sitting on stream and working. It doesn't make me nervous, really. I don't code well under observation anyways. I tend to do more of the pixel art on stream as it flows better. Yeah, coding on stream takes some getting used to. And like, I don't know. I feel like watching some other people do it is helpful, because there's a lot of chatting that goes on, like what I'm doing today. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours, and we really haven't done a whole lot, but we chatted a lot, and I'm getting to know chat, and that's like part of the fun. I'm having fun doing that. I don't look at stream like, oh, I need to get this, and this done. But when you're doing a game jam, you kind of have to do that. So there's that. But yeah, you also need to keep track of your chat. Otherwise, it's like you're just kind of streaming to no one, right? I don't know. It's a give and take thing. I never did well pairing in commercial settings, so I guess it's the same. But in the one jam I did at work, everything was miraculously easier. Oh, interesting. So you have done a jam before. That's pretty awesome. Alright, let's turn off the background music. And we're gonna test this game. So I made something to cheat. I made a debug menu where you can choose the level. You can choose if the boss is dead or not. We're gonna say no, the boss is not dead. Is the boss enabled? Yes, the boss is enabled. Choose the level, and we're gonna make ourselves really, really powerful so we can just fucking kill things right away. And so that buzzing that you heard with the sound effects, that's part of this engine, or the emulator that this engine uses. And if you use like a good emulator, you won't get that buzzing. Same with the audio, like cutting out for a split second. I don't really count it as a jam, or I don't really count it as it was in company jam. I got you. Just one we won, but only because everyone else was boring. Hey, that's okay. I don't think I've ever like won a jam entirely before, but I definitely won an award at a jam. That was really cool. It was the Technical Achievement Award for a VR game I made. Hey, where's the boss? The boss is supposed to be there. Did I say the boss was dead? I wanted the boss to be alive. Boss dead? No. Boss enabled? Yes. I could have sworn that's what we chose before. Nice, what for? Oh, sick. That's one of the ones I'd be most proud of. I can show you actually what we made. It's unfortunately it's no longer on itch because the person who put it on their page decided to take it down for whatever reason. But it was a VR only game anyways, and I don't think it works with the modern Quest meta stuff. That's probably why they took it down. Or maybe they were just sick of the game, or like they didn't want people to think that that's what they were capable of. It was an older project at that point, but I was sad to see it go. I think if I go to my website, I'll have to excuse the audio cutting out. So if we go to my website, oh, what happened to it? Where'd it go? Oh, it's behind this. I was like, where did it go? All right, so if we go to portfolio, this game, Dodge People VR. Dodge People is a quirky reverse roles dodgeball game in VR. It was created during a game jam at the University of Advancing Technology in Tempe, Arizona. My contributions to the project include 3D modeling, texturing, level design, rigging, animation, 2D design, sound design, voice acting. The team used Unity, Steam VR, and the virtual reality toolkit to make the game in 48 hours. We were awarded Best Technical Achievement by industry professionals. So yeah, there's a screenshot, and here's the video. So cool, Elmo. Yeah, I mean it's fun. People really liked it. It actually kind of made a splash because it was the only VR game for the jam, and it was kind of tough. But like once you realize like how to like block from getting hit, it was pretty easy. You can see 6-1 here. But yeah, I made the logo. It was fun though. We had a pretty legit team on that. One of the coders, a good friend of mine at the time, haven't really spoken to him for a while. I think he's still in the Discord. I think he goes by Afane in the Discord. A programmer who worked for the city of Phoenix, I believe, and he did a lot of the programming for it, and then Liza Nipscher did the VR stuff for it, and it was on her itch page, but it's not there anymore, unfortunately. I love these really tactile, dumb little things. You know, part of my struggle here, sort of integrating myself with you guys, is all the work I've lost over the years. Repos I've lost access to, gigabytes of artwork. Always jealous when I see people still have stuff. How long did you all have on that? That was a 48-hour jam. Yeah, it was a local game jam, so there wasn't that many teams. I want to say there was like maybe 10 to 15 teams, and some of the teams had like 7 or 8 people. But yeah, pretty good polish for 48 hours. Yeah, we did have, I think we had like 5 or 6 people on that team. I can't really remember. But yeah, everything went well. You know, there was no hitches along the way. Nothing had any issues. Everything went as it was supposed to, which usually doesn't happen for a game jam, especially a short one like that. Everyone did what they said they were gonna do. Everyone was capable of the things that they said they were gonna do. That's not always the case with game jams. Alright, so it's alive, but it's not enabled. Am I like doing this wrong? I swore I chose the boss is dead. No. The boss is enabled. Yes. Choose level. No, we don't need to because we're already at that level. There might be something else that I need to change to make it work. Of course there's a fish in the way. Oh, it's gone. So setting it to enable is killing it for some reason. I'm not really sure why. Let's try level 2. Oh, did my stream crash? No? Okay. It crashed on one of my monitors. I don't know why. Maybe it was a hiccup. Nice, yeah, we had a 3-person team at ours, made a stupid little physics-enabled shopping simulator. That sounds really cool, actually. I really like the overworld. Oh, well, thanks. Yeah, I made the overworld in Tiled, which is a really awesome little pixel art program. You can't make pixel art in it, but you can take your pixel art in there and make levels that are tile-based. It's got some tools that Aseprite does not have. In particular, the terrain tool. You saw Yana using Tiled. Yeah, I've been struggling with Godot's tools for all of my projects. Haha. Yeah. So yeah, in Unity, I usually just use Unity's like tile set rules, but GB Studio doesn't have anything like that. So the boss isn't dead. Oh wait, shit, did I just choose the wrong thing? I think I chose the wrong thing. I wasn't paying enough attention there. Alright, choose world. World 2. Boss dead. No. Boss enabled. Yes. Choose level. Sure. Although I think we should already be at 160 already. I found some plugins and helpers to use this time, so I'm gonna stop beating myself with it. Yeah, actually, Unity's tile map stuff was good. Yeah, it's funny though, because one of the projects that I started like fucking 7 years ago, there were no 2D stuff. There was no 2D stuff when I started using Unity, so like I had to like update my project to include the 2D stuff when it finally came out, and then I had to learn it. It's a big pain in the ass. So I think the boss is somewhere over here. Oh, there he is. So at least he's there. Keep getting into fights. The zebra fish. I just remember having to rewrite large parts of it when I started using large maps, but that's been true in Godot too. Oh, the old billboard 2D and 3D things? Oh no, it was actually not the worst way to work. Yeah, honestly, that project is still halfway like that and halfway 2D. Yeah, it's kind of a weird mix now. I quite liked it. Let you do really silly parallax effects. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot you could do with it that way. It's nice that you can use both. What am I doing here? Oh, I'm taking damage. Run away. Alright. I already forgot where I'm at. Okay, there's the boss. So I should be able to fight it. Game saved. Prepare yourself. Battle the Underlord. So we're just gonna go straight for Fish 3 here. I'm sticking with 2D scenes in my current project in Godot, but my shelved one is still kind of 2.5. It does present full challenges, or fun challenges. Yeah, right on. I mean, whatever works best for the project, you know? It's kind of funny to me that with my game Retro Spaceball that I started in like 2017, how much Unity has changed during the game's development. It's fucking crazy. But oh, I attacked the wrong fish. It's kind of my fault for like switching gears and working on other projects and like taking my time on it and all that stuff. I kind of treated it like a dream project and, you know, let myself get carried away with it and all that stuff. But it's not like I've done nothing during that time. I've also put out a handful of other projects like during that development period, so my saving grace. If alls I did was work on Retro Spaceball and nothing else and had nothing to show for it, I'd feel kind of shitty. Not gonna lie. Scary Monster. It's ridiculous how much of game dev is just dedicating a day to migrating a library or an engine. Yeah, I've given up on my teenage magnum opuses. I mean, I haven't completely given up on Retro Spaceball. I still work on it from time to time. And I would still like to finish it. Oh, hey, look at that. We got a cutscene working. You got me right in the eyes. You're so mean. Who would do that? I'm going home now. Just leave me alone. And watch out for ugly seaweed. Save game, sure. No, me neither, but I have to starve the beast. Since I'm 19, does that mean my project is a teenage magnum opus? I mean, it sounds huge. No disrespect. I don't know. I think it's okay to have big dreams. Your whole life, it's fine. But it's also good to have small dreams that you can get out incrementally and like have a cumulative portfolio, right? Because if all you ever have is one dream project that you're never gonna be perfect, like it's never gonna be perfect, but you're always gonna want it to be perfect, then that's kind of a recipe for disaster as far as like finding work and stuff like that. However, if it's not something that you ever plan to make money with or a career out of, or you're not trying to impress people with it, then it's totally fine to just like allow that to be a lifelong project. There's nothing wrong with that. The like Frank Herbert with Dune, like he never finished Dune. He never finished it. He lived his whole, you know, since he started it until he died, working on one project, where he could have very easily worked on a whole bunch of different other projects, but that was his passion. That's what he wanted to do, and that's what he did for the rest of his life. And then his children finished the series, quote, finished or whatever, just kind of worked on their dad's stuff. I mean, you have to be a little deluded, but also set up baby wins. I'm gonna document better this time, hence Twitch. Yeah, that's a good way to do it, honestly. My plan with this project and with other projects that I've been doing is to make time lapses of the entire development, and I think that's kind of cool. And the last time lapse I did actually went over pretty decently, not like crazy good or anything, but for, you know, for my own comparison, it did better than my other stuff. He had tunnel vision, I guess. I mean, yeah, and you know, George Lucas is another example of someone who kinda had tunnel vision, but also allowed himself to do other things, right? Oh, that's smart. I've been clipping the parts of my stream where I get accidentally educational. That's smart too. I'm terrible at clipping. I always forget to clip. Let's run away from this battle. Oh, you know what we need to do? We need to cheat to get the boss out. Otherwise, we have to find all of the locations. So we're at World 3. The boss is not dead. The boss is enabled, yes. Choose the level. No, we're already at a high level. So now we need to find the... Oh, we got into a fight. It's Blinky. I'm trying to remember where the boss is. Wait, is that where the boss is? Is that where we came from? No, that's where the boss is. The boss isn't there. Something's wrong with my debug code. It's killing the bosses when they're not supposed to be. Right, so the boss is directly north from us, but he's not there. Supposed to be, but isn't. So yeah, there's definitely something wrong with the debug. Alright, we should be about back from the ads. Kara had said, yeah, tunnel vision. Yeah, and I mentioned during the ad break that George Lucas is another example where he kind of had tunnel vision in Star Wars, but then you can kind of tell that he didn't just have tunnel vision with Star Wars. He did a lot of stuff. He worked on so many other projects, often with other people. And that's what made him so prolific, right? Where he made I think he's still alive, is making a lot more money than Frank Herbert with Dune. Granted, the Herbert estate is probably still making quite a bit of money. You know, but fuck, LucasArts had the game company, you know. They started Pixar, I'm pretty sure, right? Or what turned into Pixar. And then the whole Star Wars thing. Eventually, he stopped writing Star Wars books and just kind of like let his fans write Star Wars books, right? Isn't that how that worked? And then eventually, you know, hired on writers and stuff like that to write the rest of the trilogy and stuff. I'm sure he was involved in it, but I don't think he did all the writing for those. And then I mean, he worked on all types of stuff. What's always cool to me about George Lucas is that his first sci-fi film was kind of a bomb. It didn't do very well. It was called THX 1138, and it's one of my favorite George Lucas films, but the world wasn't ready for it. It's got a cult following now for sure. 9 Inch Nails samples the movie in Mr. Self-Destruct. I always thought that was super interesting because I recognized the sample right away the first time I saw the film. I was like, that's from 9 Inch Nails. It was the other way around, obviously. But yeah, it didn't sell, you know. And then he turned around and made something that was less sci-fi and more fantasy. Star Wars did amazing. It's kind of funny. At this point, I'm just waiting to get all the resources I need to make an animation teaser for the show. Yeah, remembering to do all the post-processing on Twitch after stream is annoying. Yeah, I never do that. If I do anything at all, I just do like a clip command, and I just type in exclamation point clip, and anyone can do this actually, exclamation point clip, and it just clips the last 30 seconds. So you gotta kind of be quick on it when you have something when something comes up that you want to clip, you can just do it from the chat, which is nice. But yeah, real quick, we can go over some of my projects here. So yeah, here's Retro Spaceball. It's got a trailer, some screenshots. There's like a pinball mode that I've been working on, some boss fights and stuff. Actually, these screenshots are really old. Things have gotten better, and also this trailer is really old too. There's a lot of things missing from the game, or from like all the art looks really old. I need to make a new trailer. Like, there's a bunch of parallax stuff that's happening now in the game. You can actually play it. I've got a link command set up for that. The art looks like Mega Drive Sonic. That's awesome that you say that, because honestly, Sonic Spinball was a huge inspiration for this game. Sonic Spinball and the Crush pinball games. So Devil's Crush and Alien Crush were like huge inspirations. Yeah, I love that game. Awesome. Yeah, no, Sonic Spinball was a huge inspiration for this game. I even used their level design as like starting point for like the ball size and all that. I love the chemical spill level. The art was so good. Oh yeah, that first level, so good. Reminds me of those old school arcade games where you in a spaceship needing to shoot targets coming at you. Yeah, I was going for that also. So my mom was a huge Galaga fan. I don't know if you're familiar with Galaga. It's kind of an old game now, but it's pretty popular in the arcade scene. And yeah, and I was a big fan of the Konami art. I actually went to the same college as the guy who did a lot of the Konami art for like old school games. Years later, of course. But yeah, my mom was a huge inspiration for that. And then unfortunately, she got cancer and passed away during the development, so that sucks. But she did get to play. I wanted to get a video of her playing, but things just advanced really quick, and I didn't have the chance to do that. Oh, sorry, Hillman. Yeah, thanks. No, I don't mean to get on a down note, you know. Oldest game I played was Mario Bros on NES. That was a good one. I like that one. I grew up with that one. Again, another game my mom played a lot of. You're carrying the torch though. Yeah, I mean, I plan to dedicate this game to a couple people that I've lost. One of them died shortly before I started, and then my mom, of course. But yeah, Little Screamies by Nuke Pop. So this one I actually managed the team, and Nuke Pop actually just came out with something recently that's actually doing really well, which is pretty cool for them. I wasn't involved with it at all. In fact, it was a secret to the whole team that it was even being done. But it's out now, and it's on itch. There's no Steam page for that yet, but there is a Steam page for this. So yeah, if you wanted to check that out. I think I actually made a thing for that too. Maybe I didn't. No, I didn't. Anyways, there's a link here. I can drop that in chat if anyone's interested. It's free. It's not a demo or anything. It's a full game for free. It's a first-person thing. It's kind of like a kid-friendly horror vibe. It's got jump scares. Not really super scary on purpose. It's interesting. There's been some adults that have really enjoyed it. Lots of kids that have really enjoyed it. And we had a lot of fun making it. I got to hire most of the team. I led the team. I did a little bit of everything in the development. I ran all the team meetings, and it was a big learning process for me. It was the first time I managed a team. I never understood how the duck hunting game worked for the NES, where you had a physical gun and had to shoot ducks. Oh, I love Duck Hunt. Duck Hunt was so good. And the technical stuff behind it is really interesting. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but it flashed on the screen, and then it used the reflection of the when you shot, and then like it hit the gun and registered whether it hit or not. It was a really kind of innovative thing. I'm sure there's videos on how it worked. Was there a laser in the gun? I don't think, no, there was no laser. It used a light sensor, I believe. The later ones had lasers. Yes, the Super Nintendo one used a infrared laser, which I guess isn't really a laser, it's just a light. But yeah. I'm genuinely enough of a wimp to even find little screamy scares at time, but I wish listed them both. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. Then there's Pyro Toad, which just came out. That definitely has a command. So you can get the ROM on itch, or you can play the full game for Windows on Steam. There's also a demo for both Windows and Game Boy Color. But yeah, it's a really difficult game. And the demo is like a third of the game. I think we might have made the demo too long, because the demo's got like 1,200 downloads, but the game sales are down to like 25 or 26 or something like that, maybe 30. I even played the NES games on a box TV. Yeah, that's the way to do it, on a CRT, cathode ray tube TV. So this is a puzzle platformer, and like I said, it's really challenging. It's a lot of precision jumping. It's action based. It's like a die and retry is the way that Johnny described it. Kaizo-like, not quite Kaizo, but pretty tough at the end. It gets pretty hard, and there's a lot of different mechanics and stuff. And it ain't easy. I couldn't even beat the game. I got to like level 32 or so out of 35. I can't remember exactly. Looks wild. And then the TV fell on my lap one time because I forgot old consoles had cords, so the cord got too tight and was wrapped around the back of the TV and yeet on my lap. Oh wow. Hope it wasn't a big TV. So many puzzle elements and triggers. Building a similar system for my game now. So we used was Platformer Plus plugin for GB Studio, which helped a lot with like velocities and different platformer mechanics and stuff like that. And then like all the level design was done by Johnny Manjiro. I did the art and the music and the sound effects for this one, and the rest of the game was mostly done by Johnny. I did some of the I did like all the animations, any like tile swapping, like the tiles and that stuff. But yeah, Johnny did all the level design, and he's much better at these games than I am. He's actually a ROM hacker for Super Mario World. That's where he got his abilities. And super challenging game. Honestly, it might be a little too hard, but it did make the front page of Newgrounds. And today, we hit 10,000 views on Newgrounds. So I just checked today, and we're at 10,000 views, which is pretty huge for me. I've never had 10,000 views on anything before. Well, other than some of those mod videos I made for that client, but that wasn't really me. That was just something I worked on with a team. Although I guess this was a team too, but it was just 2 people. It was one of those black box ones, I guess like 50 by 50 centimeters. I don't really know centimeters, but I think I can kind of guess about how big that was. Yeah, I guess you absolutely want a library or 2 in GB Studio, right? It depends on what you're trying to make. If you're doing stuff like basic physics. Oh, no way. He sounds cool. Wait, who sounds cool? Johnny? Yeah, Johnny was really good. Johnny did a lot of work on this. It was his idea. We worked together to come up with like the theme and like Pyro Toad and all that, but he had like the mechanics already. He was actually working on a NES version of it, but he had trouble with the screen scrolling. So he decided he was going to switch to Game Boy. And I was playing one of his games on my stream, and he actually joined my stream and said like, oh, thanks for playing my game. And I was like, I kind of gushed. I was like, dude, your game is so good, like I love your game. And then at some point I think I said something like, I would have done the art just a little bit differently or something like that. And I think that kind of triggered something in him to say like, oh, this guy's an artist and he makes Game Boy games, and I'm going to work on a Game Boy game. Maybe I should ask him if he wants to work on my game. And so a few days down the line we stayed in touch, and he asked me, hey, do you want to work on this game with me? I was like, yes. But yeah, I was a little nervous because like I didn't really know him, and like all I knew about him was his previous work, which really impressed me, like absolutely impressed me. If I can show you the game he worked on. It's called Pelusa Saga: Kaji's Trials. And if this game didn't impress me so much, I probably wouldn't have worked on the team with them. Here, we'll throw up this little video here. It's probably got a commentary or something. But yeah, it's a roguelike, Zelda-like is what it is. So it's got like 255 different like versions of the game. You know how Zelda had like a second quest? Well, he basically programmed it so you had 255 different quests. It rearranged all of the layouts of the worlds, of the enemies, of the bosses, where the items were, where the gates for the items were, that kind of stuff. Sounds really overcomplicated. Yeah, it was pretty overcomplicated. So when is it Inches versus CM? Oh, I have no idea. Wait, do you use Inches or CM in UK? Because if I remember correctly, you guys use both metric and imperial. I think they use centimeters. People who can dedicate all their focus to one form of media enough to figure out stuff like ROM hacks are so impressive to me. We use a mix depending on the context. Yeah, nice. Yeah. So when is it Inches versus centimeters? We'll use feet and inches for the height of people. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Stones and pounds for weights. Oh, that's fucking crazy. kilos for buying stuff like sugar and flour, pounds and ounces for butter. Well, now I'm just confused. I've never really thought about it, but it's weirdly complicated. That does sound overly complicated. I love the sprites in this one. Yeah, the sprites are really good in this one. The one comment that I had was that I would have made the game a little bit darker because it's really colorful, which I don't know, I guess people like, so I don't know. But just personally, I feel like I would have made it darker. But then again, maybe people would have liked Pyrotoad to be brighter. I've seen people say like, oh, it's a Game Boy Color game, it should have lots of color. But I don't know, one of those things, right? Yeah, I see what you mean. I would have liked this green with some bold blue or purple shadows. I mean, there are limits to what you can do color-wise for the palettes. But yeah. Very bright green. Well, I mean, like, I like that, you know? I like the darkness, the darker stuff. I would have just done more with darker stuff. But yeah, the palette is very limited. And you do need variety, so I don't know. It's a really cool game. There's actually a second world to it, but this person never gets there. There's like an underground and an above ground, and there's like a map, and it's a pretty big game. I definitely recommend it. It is on a cartridge, which is pretty cool. And we actually reached out to this publisher and Broke Studio. They said that they would rather us use Homebrew Factory to make a pre-order version of Pyrotoad, which we thought about doing, but the sales have been so low that maybe we I don't know, maybe it would be like just a lot of effort in vain. I don't know. We still haven't talked about it really yet. It's one of those things. You can see there are Game Boy Color games being made through Homebrew Factory, and they did actually publish some too. But yeah. I always go darker, saturated but dark. Yeah, saturated but dark. I love the temple level, yeah, that was awesome. And just noticed my old PC worth 50 bucks as of now is like a platform where my power cable boxes are sitting on top of. Oh. They make good prizes if you ever did a fundraiser or anything on Limited Run. Yeah, it would have to be a really limited run. However, someone did make 3 copies of it. They're in Japan though, because Johnny is based in Japan. So Johnny's got one, the guy who made one got one, and then I think he gave it to another friend. So it did actually make it to a cartridge. They look so cool. Yeah, I made the art for it. Someone put it together. Obviously, I don't know what that says, but yeah, it worked out pretty well. I never really understood this fascination until seeing the actual cart. I think it's pretty cool. I don't have anything that could play it, but I would like to have one. It would be cool to make a box and the instruction manual and all that stuff, but it would be like 50 bucks a pop, and that's a lot to ask for a game that we're selling for like 7 bucks. Gotta lay down for a bit, some exact now. Well, I hope you feel better, Cara. Thank you so much for hanging out today. Really appreciate you and all the chats. It's been fun. But yeah, I hope you feel better. Honestly, I'm not sure how much longer I'm gonna last. It's already 12:48 a.m. here. So this is Source Hack. This one I started in 2023, and I have not finished it. You can play the demo on itch. there's my itch page. You can play the demos of pretty much everything. But yeah, it's like a hacking themed puzzle adventure game. And basically, I've been learning 6:48 a.m. Not been to bed yet. Too much work on my oh geez, I know that feeling. Sometimes my sleep schedule gets completely out of whack, but right now it's kind of normal. But yeah, this is kind of an older trailer. Also, things have been updated a little bit. But it takes place in like the future. You're a hacker. It's puzzle based, and basically I was like learning all this stuff about GB Studio, and like anytime that I'd like learn a new technique, I'd like work on it in this game. So it's like a big I don't know. There's just a whole bunch of different variety to it. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense as far as like a game design idea of like, oh, I'm gonna make a game that does this. This game does a lot of things, so it's a little bit confusing to different players. Because like, yeah, after that level there, the whole game changes almost completely, and then like, yeah, all of a sudden you're in the sewers, and like, there's a lot going on with this game, and I'm probably gonna make some vast changes to it before the next update. And I've been sitting on this update, like debugging it and changing it for like over a year now. So it's due for an update. The building style set, yeah, thanks. It was a big challenge for me to make that city, and now the game only uses like a quarter of it, not even a quarter of the city or something, which is funny because I spent all this time making this massive city for the game. But yeah, it was for a game jam. I made like the first 10 levels or so. There's the city tile set. And then, yeah, so it uses like this like computer interface thing. There's a sampler inside of it for no reason, just because I felt like doing it. Even during the game jam is in there. These are like when you're getting hacked or whatever, and you're inside the computer, like you go outside of the computer. Yeah, there's a lot of different stuff in it. There's like a 3D maze in it. The little Game Boy UI, yeah. Feel free to check it out. It's obviously, there's a free demo. Oh, and then this one was actually the game jam I did for 72 hours for Ludum Dare 39. It started as a 5-person team, and then 2 people dropped out the very first day, and then it was me, a coder, and a composer, and the composer just worked on one song the entire 72 hours. And then I did all of this. I made the concept, I did game design, did the art direction, the character designs, the level design, the 3D modeling, the animation, the texturing, 2D graphics, the UI design, the lighting, the sound effects, the voice acting, the menu audio, all of that for this game, which there's no video for. But yeah, you go around turning off the lights and you stay away from cats. I came into that jam, I did wanting to do code and ended up doing 100% of the art. Oh damn, I need ideas for hacking minigames, they're so overdone. Yeah, mine are pretty different. They're pretty abstract, right? I tried to make it like anything could be a hacking game kind of thing. But also like things get really weird in this game, because like the original concept actually started as a Unity game, and this is actually on SourceHack, not this game. So SourceHack is actually a demake of a Unity game that I never finished. I figured they would be. I couldn't immediately tell what the goal was by looking. Yeah, a lot of it is like a collectathon thing, like find the keys and unlock the door. So actually, it's kind of similar to Pyrotoad, where you find the key and unlock the gate, but it was like multiple keys, and yeah. But then when you're using the computer, There's like a few different things going on. It's weird. There's like a virtual world, and then there's like the actual terminal interface, right? So there's two different like computer things, and then there's like the real world where you're walking around, and then there's like the spirit realm where you're like inside of like a fantasy setting, and it's all in one game. And it's not done, but yeah, and I don't think the fantasy realm is in the current demo, but yeah, the version I've been playing. But I think that's all of them. Obviously I've worked on other stuff too that is not involved in this, but a lot of it was all unfinished stuff. Like you were saying, you lost a lot of stuff to repos and stuff like that. I lost stuff to time. You know, I started working in Unity in 2013, and before that I was just hopping from engine to engine to engine to engine, and I don't have any of that stuff really. Yeah, I lost discs and stuff to old PCs and laptops. Yep, same. I still have probably assets and stuff, but no working project files. There was this game I did called what was it called? Destruction of the Heavens, and I never finished it, of course. I spent 2 years working on it, and then I ended up shelving it and never went back to it. But actually, a lot of the DNA from Destruction of the Heavens ended up in Retro Spaceball. It's only really the art I want. The code from back then was ass. Ah, damn, no. You learned so much shelving, though. Yeah, I mean, I was using a deprecated language. I was using Unity script when I started using Unity. And I didn't understand C# yet. And, like, I started using C# for coroutines. And that was, like, the only time I ever used C# was to use coroutines. And eventually I wanted to make like a serialization system for saving the game, but I didn't know how to do that in Unity script, and there were no tutorials because it was a deprecated language at that point. So I never even knew they had a scripting language. Well, they deprecated it, but yeah, it was basically JavaScript, but for Unity. It was like a Unity version of JavaScript. Yeah. But it didn't have all the functionality of C#. So it was kind of like a way to get beginners in. We actually got told we couldn't use Unity or similar engines for our university projects, so I never got any exposure. What were they expecting you to use? So when I was in college, Unity wasn't really known of. I mean, some people knew about it, but no one really used it. I think Unreal Engine 3 just became free when I was in college. And I tried using it and I couldn't figure it out. And then I was trying to learn Dark Basic for some reason. Someone told me to learn that, and I tried and I couldn't figure it out. I was using FPS Maker for a little bit. I used something called Sauerbraten, which was like the Cube 3 engine. And then I used, or maybe it was the Cube 2 engine, I can't remember. I used Game Maker for a little bit, but it was like before Game Maker Studio. It was Game Maker, like GML, but it was before Game Maker Studio. And I don't have the project from that either, unfortunately. But I never finished it. It was like a side-scrolling space shooter where you could kill the enemies, but they couldn't hurt you, I think, is as far as I got. But I was able to manipulate gravity with that. I thought that was really fun. Yeah, I asked you about this yesterday, I think. Never used the newer Game Maker Studio. Yeah, no, I never used the newer one. What else did I use? RPG Maker for a little bit. 3D Rad I was like really into for a little bit. I'm sure there was more, but I can't really remember. Yeah, 3D Rad was interesting. But yeah. Eventually I found Unity. I was on Facebook back when Facebook was more useful. And this dev in some group was like looking for 3D modelers to make characters for their game. And I was like, yeah, I'll do that, you know? And I didn't actually end up doing anything for him. But he was like, oh, I'm using Unity, you should learn Unity. And that's what I got from him. Instead of working on his stuff, I just sat down and learned Unity. And I made like a little prototype in like the first day that I was using it. And ever since that, I was like, hell yeah, this is the engine for me. Of course, Unity shit the bed a couple years ago, so I started using GB Studio. And I still use Unity from time to time. I like it. Every once in a while I miss it and jump back in. I don't use like the newest version or anything like that, but I don't know. They wanted us to use SDL or XNA. Oh yeah, XNA. I spent some time in XNA first, actually. Like after Dark Basic and Unreal 3, when I didn't get like anywhere in either of those, that's when I found XNA. And I got like a whole bunch of books on XNA and started just doing tutorials out of books. I made like a 3D Asteroids game in XNA. And it took me forever just to code a camera. I remember spending like a whole week just to code the camera. I was able to get my 3D models in, scale them, rotate them, and even do morph targets in XNA. But I never really finished anything that was my own. I just did tutorial stuff. Also with Unity, I just did tutorials for like a long time. Like a long time. Like probably like 10 or so projects were like strictly tutorial projects. And then there was a few others where I took tutorials and did something of my own with them. I did like a drug dealing game, which I never finished. Which is interesting because now Schedule 1 is like such a popular game, and that's essentially what I was trying to do, but still quite different. In fact, sometimes I still think about making a drug dealing game because it's just interesting to me. I played a lot of Dope Wars when I was a kid growing up, like the old calculator game. I think they let me focus, or I think if they'd let me use Unity instead of forcing me to write my own renderers, I would have had a better time as a student. Yeah, probably. Yeah, XNA is great for things like that, to be fair. Little shmups. Yeah, I went through a ton of tutorials too, tried to break them, add a feature, etc. It's interesting how similar everyone's trajectory is. Do it, lol. I'd play it, make it like Paper Please with baggies, please. No, I was actually planning on making it like Earthbound. I don't know, did you ever play Earthbound for Super Nintendo? Mother 2, right? I love the art style of that, but I wanted to make... Oh wow, yeah, so I wanted to make it like the art style of Earthbound, but you go around selling drugs. That'd be funny, fighting thugs with weird ass powers. So well, I wasn't gonna do like the you know, the turn-based combat or any of like the RPG elements. I was basically just going to make Dope Wars. I don't know if you're familiar with this game. You could probably find it. Dope Wars. Yeah, based on Drug Wars. Dope Wars is a simulation of an imaginary drug market. Dope Wars is an all-American game which features buying, selling, and trying to get past the cops. So I was basically gonna make this, but better, right? So we've got $2,000 in cash. The prices are always different on different versions of the game, but let's buy some speed maybe. Wait, B for buy, I for speed. How many we want to buy? Let's buy 10. So we've got 10 speed in our trench coat. Maybe some peyote, right? So B, G, and then we'll buy 10 peyote, and then we'll jet. Where to, dude? Well, let's go to Coney Island. Look at this. Addicts are buying speed at outrageous prices. Well, that's cool because we have 10 speed. Oh, did we not buy that? Maybe I couldn't afford it. Maybe I tried to buy too much. So yeah, we'll sell our speed. J. We'll sell all 10. So now we've got $12,000. I'll look it up. Oh yeah, I played similar games, browser games also. Yeah, I think there's like an Android version of it too. I'd love one of those little space trucker idle games, but exclusively drug black market routes. And having to hide stuff and stack sprites up to cover up the contraband. Honestly, I don't know Space Trucker. I've heard of it, but I don't know anything about it. But yeah, basically I was gonna make like a fancy art interface for this, basically. So instead of just like being at a terminal, you would actually have to go to the different drug dealers, and they would be in different locations. A lot like Schedule 1, except in 2D pixel art, top-down RPG art style. And then what I ended up making was something that was 3D, super basic, and like just gray box stuff. I think I might have something on my Facebook for it. I don't know. Back in the day, I used to put videos on my Facebook, and I have no idea. Does this even work anymore? Why is it so slow? Can you even get to videos anymore? Get to my photos. Where's the videos? Oh, they're called Reels now. Interesting. Oh, I don't see it on there anymore. Maybe I got rid of it. Oh, there's a video of someone playing dodge people though.
go closer to it. You gotta really get close to it.
This guy. Which of your projects was the hardest of your projects on the previous page? I mean, honestly, Retro Spaceball has been the hardest, but Little Screamies would have been super hard to do by myself. But yeah, it was also challenging to do like the management stuff. I don't think I have a video of that Dope Wars game, unfortunately. There's a video of Light Switch Crusader though. Kind of a shit quality. Yeah, 3D is much more complexity. I find it's hardly worth attempting on your own. Actually, I'm kind of wrong. It's not that much harder, just way more volume of work. It depends on the game. Like this game, for example, we made it in 3 days, and I did all of the 3D work. On top of a whole bunch of other stuff. The only thing I didn't do on this one was the programming. However, what we're looking at now is actually the update that I did, where I did all of the programming and all of the everything for this. Of course, a lot of the stuff was already in place, so I could just like kind of copy and paste and do whatever. But I had a stronger understanding of the engine at this point, so I was able to just go in and manipulate what we had. But yeah, it really depends, you know. With Little Screamies, we had this like chunking system, which we probably shouldn't have had, but one of the coders thought it was like a really good idea, and then it kept breaking, and we basically had to like rip it out at the end, and it was this big pain in the butt. It would have just been a lot easier to work with regular scenes rather than like having, like, we were basically streaming scenes, and it didn't really need that. It's not like we were making Cyberpunk, you know? So you go back over projects and polish them up from time to time? Yeah, I mean, it depends on the project, you know? Like, there's one that I don't really talk about that I just made recently. Let me pull that up. This game, Fetch Quest Pet Simulator. I don't think I'm ever gonna touch this one again. It didn't do very well. It did terrible during the jam. No one plays it. If we look at the analytics, it's gotten 61 plays, 30 downloads, 190 views, $3 in revenue. Someone donated $3. Couldn't tell you why they did. But yeah, doesn't get a lot of action, as you can see. It was a nice challenge. That it was a 64 by 64 pixel art game jam. That's interesting. I could walk right through that wall. Oh, there's a hole there, that's why. Sorry, the double music there. So now, after you do the dungeon, you've got your pet here, which you can feed and water. But I don't have any money. Energy, work depletes energy, sleep provides. So you can put them to sleep, wake them back up. It keeps track of the time of day. It's got your health. You put them to work, right? And then the plan was to make it so they work while you advance the dungeons. But I ended up having to scrap that because it slowed everything down. So now they only make money while you're in this screen. So they just worked for one, and we just made 1 point. So the best way to actually play the game is to progress through dungeons as quickly as possible and get the treasure chest that sometimes spawns in the dungeon. Let's see, the one I'm working on right now is the first one I've actually felt confident I could tackle on my own. It's just a slog, large volume of art. Yeah, content mountain, they call that. Enjoying it still, but progress is hard fought for. It looks pretty cool, neat restriction. A little side Tamagotchi, I love that. I love stuff like that. I used to make pet games in Game Maker as a kid. Oh, cool. Yeah, I made a prototype in Unity for like a pet simulator, and that was kind of like the basis for this. That was like 6 years ago though, and then I made this recently, like over the summer, for low res jam. I think it was a week-long jam. I can't really, maybe it was a month. I can't really remember. But yeah, not my finest work. I don't think I'm gonna go back into it. It's cool that it exists, but I'm not... Oh, ouch, you lose 5 energy. So you do get 3 pets at a time, which is kind of cool. And it's kind of like a puzzle game. Like a puzzle memory game. You're trying to figure out what combination of holes to go through to get to the end. So it's a bit of a memory game, really. You're trying to remember which holes you went into, because they always send you to the same places. One of these holes takes you to the end. I don't know which one it is. None of those. Oh, I finally fucking found it. I don't even know what I did there to do it. Maybe not, but I'm looking at it thinking I need things like this, so I just have stuff people can see. I see like a Takeshi's Castle type thing. I don't even know that one. Or the Pokemon gym puzzles. A little bit, yeah. I'm invested now. LML needs to finish. Yeah. So now that I have $5, I can spend it on food. And now I've got 51 food. But he does eat the food and the water. I found coins. That cat better appreciate the food after what you went through. He's still not smiling either. Oh, I get more coins here. Look at that. And the maps do get harder as you progress as well. and it's a little bit of a roguelike because it's random whether or not you're gonna have a chest, an enemy, or both, and the levels are random, but based on a tier system of how many you've completed. So I don't know, I liked it when I was making it. I was having a lot of fun like thinking it through and all the cool stuff you could do with it, etc. But people didn't really dig it. Well, I think if I've taken one thing from tonight, it's that I need a portfolio. Well, sure, you should always have a portfolio. I wish I could show you what my portfolio looked like 10 years ago because it was kind of shit. It was just art. It had some pixel art. It had paintings from when I was in college. It was kind of all over the board. It had like graphic design work. Like, I think I could even show you, if I go to my art station, I could show you some of the projects that were up maybe five or 6 years ago. The thing is to update it often, and it's hard to do that. Mine is currently 2 private GitHub repos and a bunch of miscellaneous art, so not a portfolio. I honestly don't use GitHub. Like, I have one, but I hardly ever use it. Oh, what am I doing here? Reset. So if I log in. How do I get to my stuff? Sign in. Sign in. Oh wait, shit, that's gonna sign me into the wrong account. Don't do that. Fuck. Sign out. Software work, hammer, get into me. A lot of people are like, oh, you need a Git, and I'm just like, I got an itch. But I guess you can get and never use the website really. Yeah, I have a Git account. I just hardly ever use it. What am I looking for? Manage portfolio. So yeah, there's some older stuff on here that isn't shown, right? Because you can set the visibility of each project. So for example, this one, it says not published. I was working on a project called Today is My Birthday. I'm surprised the logo's not on here. So I made a logo. I did concept art for them, for this character. Oh, it won't let me zoom in. And I made a 3D sculpt of it as well in ZBrush. And they ended up using the concept. So someone wrote the character, and I used what they wrote to make the concept. And then they used the concept to make the character for the game. See, I've been out of the loop so long, man. I don't know what people were even doing post DeviantArt, so I can set this up too. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, this is ArtStation. I don't really like it, but it's like an easy way to do a website. It's kind of expensive for a website. I think it's like $90 a year or something like that, which is fucking expensive. But it does let me use my own domain name, and I can kind of update it as much as I need to. And I need a website, and I'm too lazy to do it myself. But basically it works as a portfolio. Well, you can use it as a portfolio for free, but if you want it to have like your own domain name and be your own website, then you have to pay for it. So it's kind of fucked up. But yeah, Epic bought it, and now they use it for like AI scraping and stuff. So you have to mark everything to not be scraped and stuff. But But yeah, you can see some other ZBrush stuff. I use ZBrush a lot in school. This is actually a Sketchfab link, but can't get to it. I don't really use Sketchfab, but it's a nice spot for 3D models. This was a video of a VR C-Lab environment I started, never really finished it. I worked on graphic design for Monica Raymond, which isn't very you can't really see it because it's so small, but it's basically just the center circle for a record, but it actually did get put into circulation. Monica Raymond is a celebrity, so this is the only celebrity work that I've really done outside of the mod stuff, if you consider them as YouTube celebrities to some extent. But yeah, I had to fight to get half of the pay for this. I don't think I ever got the other half. I was gonna say, yeah, is that a record or a preserves label? Yeah, no, it's like the center portion that goes on a record, because there was no sleeve for it. Like, they never had like an actual record made. I worked for my mom's husband making flyers, so I did the graphic design for Barlow Mechanical Sales. Yep, that was on my resume, or on my portfolio. I did a lot of the graphic design for Michael B. I made this logo. These were made into t-shirts and stickers. There's a t-shirt there. I made his album art for the for his self-titled album, I guess. The moon idea was his. He gave me an image and was like, I want my logo on that, and I used Illustrator to make it look like it does. But yeah, he printed all that stuff out and sold it. I also made a flyer for him after this, like after I'd already stopped putting this on my portfolio, so I never updated it with the flyer. But this guy actually is in a successful band now. You like the thermal one the best? Yeah, I mean, that was the image that he gave to me, was like the thermal imaging of the moon. And then all I did with this was put the logo on it, which he actually made the logo. I just set it up for print. I like vectorized it and just set it up for print for him, basically. But that's the kind of work that I was doing at the time. So like when people were like, you know, like, what are you doing? Yeah, I deleted a lot of stuff, but there was other album art. I did a lot of album art. Stuff for bands, like t-shirts and stuff. I did illustration, like vectorizing illustrations for oh, it farted. Did you see that? It farted. We gotta clean its poop. Also, it's getting sleepy, so maybe we put it to bed, give it some food or some water, some food, and we'll go out dungeon crawling some more. Where do I go? Which one is it? I've tried all of them, haven't I? Oh, there it was the whole time. Let's clean the... Yeah, I just vectorized it. But it worked out. It was... I mean, it was cool. I still have that sticker, actually, on one of my hard drives. Yeah, he made the logo into a pin at some point. And I had that, but I lost it on the airplane. I was dumb, and I had my pins on my backpack, and then I had to put my backpack underneath the airplane seat, and it popped off, and now I don't have that pin anymore, unfortunately. That was a good one. I think I lost 2 pins that way, actually. Oh, ouch. Oh no, I've lost a bunch of pins from bag flaps too. Yeah. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong buttons. Select. Nice. I'm getting monies. I'm doing more work than that damn cat. So, I think after like the 20th level, you get a second pet. That's what I'm trying to do. But it doesn't tell you what level you're on. Which maybe it should. Where's the next pet? Oh, there it is. So now I can hit that and I've got a dog. Got a cat and a dog. And they have different health, different energy, and different food. So you have to manage them all. Taco Crepe, welcome back. So, oh, you can't put it to work while it's sleeping, but it's wide awake now, so we can put it to work. And the dog's not working, so we'll put the dog to work. And once you get the frog, you really start making money. Of course, there's like 20 more levels until we get the frog. But yeah, there's like over 50 dungeons, 50 different dungeons in this game. So like over 50 different puzzles. The one album cover I did, of course, I didn't get any money up front. Artist just ditched. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that happened to me a lot. Now I've got a thing where I do half up front, or I don't do it at all. Unless it's someone that I like have already done work for and I trust them, then sometimes I'll do it beforehand. But even then, usually I'll be like, I need something. But like the one modding client, like he always pays whenever I give him an invoice for years now, so I don't worry about that until after it's done. And if there's ever a discretion about money, it always like affects the next job, not the current job. I don't know where the exit is. One of these. I'm losing my mind. It's got to be one of these. Oh my gosh, there's so many different holes. Is it this one? I think it's one of those. Not that one, it's not that one, it's not that one. I don't know which one it is. Not this one. Oh, it was that one the whole time. Oh, that one took me forever. But at least we're at a different dungeon. Oh, we did it. We didn't have to take any damage. Well, it's the same dungeon, but different layout. Oh, for the... Oh, we got ouched. I don't remember which one it was. It's definitely a memory game. There it was. I do still love the piece and still have that one though. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that sounds fair. Oh, I got it right the first time there. Yeah, you know, doing freelance stuff... Oh, I got hurt. Doing freelance stuff isn't always all it's cracked up to be. Sometimes it's really hard to communicate. Sometimes even when you think the communication's going well, it's not. And sometimes people, they won't tell you that the communication isn't going well because they feel bad about something, or they just don't know how to work with freelancers. You know, they've never done it before, so they don't understand like how it's, you know, how honesty is the best policy. Like, you know, I'm trying to make something that you want. Let me know if you don't want it. We'll change it. We'll make something that you want. You know, it can be very difficult. Do I want the treasure? No. Treasure would have been nice, but I want pets. Oh, this is the rough one. I remember which hole it was though. We can just get to where it's at. That one. Yeah, I get that. I can't stand people not being truthful and upfront about stuff. I just need to know what they expect and what their budget is, and they often can't even offer me that. Well, there's like this thing with budget, right? If you ask them what their budget is, all of a sudden they're worried that you're going to use that information to get as much as you can out of them. If they're like, hey, how much do I need to make you do this for me? And you're like, well, how much do you got? And they're like, I have 200. They're gonna be like, well, it's 200 then. Right? You're right, I did start to price myself hourly and just throw a figure out. But I was obviously still missing something. So it's gonna depend on a lot of things, you know? How much you think you should get paid for is part of it, but also how much like the expenses are, right? I mean, it depends on what you're doing. If you're like oil painting, you want to pay for the paint, right? So you have to factor in the expenses. For me in the States, I have to pay for my own insurance. Like, that shit is not cheap. It's fucking expensive. So I have to factor that in. And people don't really like having to pay for that stuff, but it's like, well, that's what it is, you know? I run my own business. I have to pay fucking crazy taxes just for having my own business. So that has to come from somewhere. Back then I didn't think I was worth a great deal making things for free on my computer. I mean, everyone goes through that stage. So you don't have to like feel bad about that. But yeah, you don't want to shortchange yourself, because if you don't value yourself, no one else is gonna. So you have to like really value your time, and you have to let people know how much your time, or how valuable your time is. And I keep doing the same thing, don't I? Like with oil painting, we used to talk about charging per square inch. And once you find out a cost per square inch, like how long it takes you to do a square inch, how much paint it costs you to do a square inch, then you can, you know, say how big do you need it to be, and they'll say, oh, I want it to be 30 by whatever, 30 by 30, and then you say, okay, well that's going to be you know, 30 square inches. It costs, you know, what, like $20 per square inch. So that's going to be 20 times 30 is like what? I don't even know. 500 or some shit. I don't even know. Less than that. Well, 2 times 3 is 600. You'd be like, it's gonna cost 600, and they're like, wait, why is it gonna cost 600? Well, it's 30 square inches at $20 an inch. And then they'd be like, oh, you know, it doesn't have to be 30 square inches. Let's make it 15 square inches. And they're like, okay, well, that's gonna be 300. And they'd be like, okay, we can work with that. So it gets easier the more you know your own value. But yeah, the medium is gonna make a difference too. Oh, we get the frog here. Look at that, we got a frog. We got a dog. The dog pooped. Probably clean that up. We got a cat. The cat's sleepy. We'll let him sleep. But the frog's not working. We should put the frog to work. How are we doing on food, everyone? The cat's running low on food. Let's get him up to 45 here. So you can't really tell, but they're all making sad faces because their health isn't above a certain number. I think it has to be above 30 in order for them to make mediocre faces. And then I think after 40 or 50, I think 50, it goes to happy faces. And that's like the goal of the game, is to make your pets happy. But after that, it's just endless dungeons and endless pet managing. Still tired. But you can see my money going up. Yeah, exactly. That's why I appreciate people like you knocking me back kinda earlier. Like, it was sincere. Wait, knocking you back? I don't know what you mean. Did I say something? I didn't mean to. It actually helps me understand what to do next. Gotcha. Nice little tied in loop at the end though. I mean, I like managing things, and like it feels a lot better on the actual Game Boy. But mostly I just wanted to see if I could make something work in 64 by 64 pixels on the Game Boy. And that to me was like the challenge, and like I felt like I succeeded in the challenge, but the game isn't fun, or at least not for everyone. But yeah, you can see the happy face there and the medium face there. Happy face, tired, at least stoned, eating food and pooping. Yeah, so at 60 you get a happy face, at 50 you're still medium face apparently. Look at all those poops. He's not happy, he's only got 2 health. Pooping. I just mean being up front, about being particular about who you work with. It's that kind of honesty I appreciate, and it helps me reframe where I'm at. Oh, okay, yeah. Still a fair bit of art for this, really considering how many screens it is. Yeah, I mean, honestly, there was a lot of art for it. I can show you all the dungeons. Where are we at? Projects, pet sim, assets, backgrounds. So yeah, there was quite a few here. This was all the background art. And then the sprites. Not as many sprites, but you can see there were sprites. Can we make them not? We can't make them bigger. Some of these are like the default arrows, but yeah, the BGM off and on. The boss, I made it so you could fight, and then I took it out, so that's not actually in there anymore. There was gonna be a fight. You were gonna actually, wait, did I take that out? Yeah, I think I took that out. I spent a lot of time on it, and then I was like, this isn't working. Pretty sure it's not in there. I can show you the mess of a sheet I'm working in right now. Yeah, right on. So this is the GB Studio project for that game. So you can see all of the dungeons kind of set up in a grid. And then, yeah, this was the boss fight. So it's still in there. There's just no way to get to it, I don't think. I wonder if oh, I don't want to make a build of it. Oh wait, if I just hit this button, it doesn't actually make a build. Oh, it dropped it in Discord? Alright, let me check it out. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. It's hard for me to track Discord while I'm streaming. Is this what we're talking about? Wow. Well, it looks cool. I like the gems or the minerals. The grass looks good. To do dirt, ice, fire, glass, water. That piece. What does that say? Rust electric panel prep? 3? It's not even that bad when I look at the whole thing. No, you're doing good. Starting to struggle to open it. So I mean, you don't have to work on one thing. I mean, sometimes it's helpful. Oh yeah, I wrote notes for myself. Sometimes it's helpful to work in one space, but a lot of times I'll have different things just to like, so it doesn't like clog up my thoughts. I don't know. I don't know what I can really show you to explain it, but some logos I made for SourceHack. Or sometimes I'll do like layers, right? So that way you can just like export them as a sprite sheet. And that's actually what we were looking at here. This is actually a sprite sheet that I exported. And then I made it fit the GB Studio dimensions. You like those logos a lot. I enjoy small iconography work like that, skill icons, etc. So yeah, I mean, this is Carl's Jr., but with the frowny face, which is actually taken from Idiocracy. This is the Innitrode logo from Office Space, another Mike Judge film. This is the Apple logo, but it's an Apple Core, which I believe is from the fuck is that cartoon? Shit, I was just watching it. I can't remember what the fuck it's called. It's like a pixel art thing. They work at this company called Gameavision. Code Monkeys. Yeah, so they use that in Code Monkeys. This one's supposed to be like a take on the Silicon Graphics logo, is what that's supposed to be. This one I just made. That one I think I just made. This was from it's like a dumbed down version of the logo from the company in Lawnmower Man. This one is something I made. This is actually the Pied Piper logo from Silicon Valley, another Mike Judge thing. I just made this one. I think I just made that one all by myself. This one, yeah, it's kind of like a car symbol or like an Olympic symbol, but like, yeah. And yeah, just super simple corporate logo. There's only so much you can do with the limitations of Game Boy, and then also in this like 9x9 grid. This was supposed to be like a take on the Windows logo. But yeah, here's the boss battle. Oh, it looks like I'm not in the level. Oh, that's not gonna work. It took forever to build too. Did I just pick up a thing that was outside? That's crazy. Well, that's not gonna work. Oops. Let's put me in the right spot, maybe. All right, here's an example. So when I was working on the tile set for the city that you saw earlier, this is actually what I made, right? So you can see with the grid, things are kind of all based on this 8x8 grid because that's the way Game Boy works. It's all 8x8 tiles. So we've got this, we've got that, we've got this building, which is actually just like a bunch of different buildings stacked up. Right, because this row is different than this row, which is actually the same as that row, but this row is different, this row is different. And then you've got the different entrances, or the bottoms to the buildings. There's another one here. Also, this is different than those. And this one has no door. This is a different door, which I actually ended up not using. because I think I used the same. There's a lot of tiles I didn't end up using because I went over. You can only have 192 unique tiles if you're using the UI, which I was. So there's some tiles I ended up having to not be able to use, just so I could make it all fit. I quite like how easy it is to construct compound buildings with low fidelity tile sets like this. You can slap stuff together and it generally looks okay. Yeah, I mean, I kind of did that on purpose, but also, like, if you look at the actual art of the game, I don't do it that way in the game. I just did it that way because it was easy to lump everything together that way. Here's the actual tile set, or the actual map in the game, right? This is the full city map. You start somewhere over here. Yeah, you start right here. You get fired from your job, and then there's like a car here, so you're forced to go in there. And you do the interior stuff, and then you end up on the roof. You go here, you do more interior stuff, and you end up here, and you have to go into there, and then you do more the sewers in there. You end up coming out over here, and there's like a robot here blocking you from going that way, and I can't remember. There's a car somewhere blocking you. I think there's a car over here blocking you. And the only place that will let you in is over here. I can't remember where else there's a car. There's another car blocking you somehow. But you can go into here, and then you get kicked into here. And then the only place you can go is that way, and then you're in the wasteland. So I'm using this like very minimally and just kind of like teasing the player with it. And then at the very end of the update that I'm working on now, you're able to walk down this road and walk all the way to like here. I don't think you can go into this building yet, but you can go into this building, you can go into that building, you can go into this building, that building, and like these ones have computers that you can hack to move the cars to let you into these ones. And this one, I think one of them is a temple that takes you to the spirit realm, and and then this one is like the corporate headquarters that has all those different logos, and you run courier missions, and eventually you get to own one of the companies when the update's done. I haven't actually finished that part yet, but the courier missions are in there. Really like that map. This one's pretty developed as well then. I actually made a demo with art like this with an acquaintance. He streams actually. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so you can see there's a little bit of like the mix and matching, but for the most part, anytime I use a door, you can see it's got these lines on it because I'm only using 2 different door tiles, which are the same as these ones. If you look, got those lines there. So I am mixing and matching the doors quite a bit, and also you can see like that is different than that. So there is a little bit of mixing and matching going on, just to give it some variety. Like the base of this one's different than these ones. This one kind of jumps between them. Yeah. Not everything is perfect though, right? Because if I spent an extra tile making this perfect, I don't know, it wouldn't have worked. I don't know, maybe I should just remove this tile there, or maybe I could do something else, but it doesn't look too bad, so I haven't really looked at that. But yeah, there's like a few different spots where I left it so like you'll have to traverse different areas. There's like, you know, you can walk across these rooftops, right? So you can get into that, and then maybe it takes you over here, and then from there you go over there, and then from there you go over there, and there from there, and then you're all of a sudden back on the street or whatever, and then you can block in the player a different way or whatever. So I left a lot of room for me to like just kind of try different things with the design, but none of this stuff is actually accessible in the game yet unless you cheat, which you can totally like hack the game, which is, it's, you know, supposed to be like that because it's a hacking game. So I don't know if you ever saw the movie The Net, but there's a point in the game where there's like this little icon that's in The Net, the movie, and if you click on it, it takes you to the game's app data within the Game Boy. So it's not actually the app data, but it says that it's the app data. And there's like one file that says like levels unlocked or something like that. And if you delete that file, then it unlocks all the levels, and then you can go, you know, go wherever you want. And then there's all on the level select screen, there's all of these little Easter egg triggers that if you like just click around the screen, you'll find that take you to either things that I'm testing or like back doors to different parts of the map and stuff like that. Yeah, mostly stuff for testing. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of like hidden Easter eggs in this game. Kind of fun. Yeah, this is what I mean about slapping stuff together. You get more variety for free at lower resolutions as long as your values are good. Yeah, and you gotta kind of like make rules for yourself a little bit. And then some of them you can break, like the doors. I decided like it wasn't worth it to have different doors, and I needed the tiles because this is a huge map. You only get so many tiles. They go quick. See if I can fight this boss. Prepare for battle. B is fight, A is switch. Oh, I don't think it works. No, it's not doing anything. Well, I had it working more than this at some point. I must have broken it somehow when I decided not to use it. No. Those doors read fine. Yeah, I mean they read fine. It's okay. Gotta do what you gotta do with the Game Boy. Pew pew. I quite like working small now. I didn't used to. Yeah, it's easiest to start with like a medium size. I would say like 64 or like 32. Yeah, probably 64 by 64. 32 by 32 is a little bit tougher. And then 16 by 16, all of a sudden it's like, this is hard. And then 8 by 8, it's like, okay, this is damn near impossible to do certain things. I work 16 pixels now usually. I do a lot of 8 now, but it's a challenge. Like, I mean, you saw the person in this game. Look at the player. I don't know if you can see it very well, but it's right there. We go to the art assets, I can zoom in. Where is it? Ah, here it is. This is the player, right? So it is 16 by 16, but if we look at the grid and set it to 8 by 8, it fits within the 8 by 8. The way that GB Studio handles sprites out of the box is 16 by 16. So in order to make an 8 by 8 actor, they call it in GB Studio, you have to use 16 by 16 and then just use the little corner of it, and then set the collider to just be this little corner. And then technically you could do something that was like just a couple pixels or something, or probably just 1 pixel. That would be interesting. But yeah, this little animation was actually really tough to do. If you, what do we do? Import sprite sheet. And then we set it to be like that. Okay, does that work? There we go. That little walking animation. It was so hard to make it look like it was actually walking. And it kind of does. I mean, it also kind of doesn't. You kind of have to use your imagination. And he's also kind of dancing. And he's like flailing his arms. But it looks stupid if you didn't move the arms. Does that waste memory? Like in the actual GBA sim? Well, it's not GBA. It's actually Game Boy. But I think it would actually waste just a tiny bit of memory. But what are you gonna do? That's the only way GB Studio is set up to do it. Technically, you could recode the engine and do things that way, but I don't know how to do that shit. Sorry, regular GBA. 16 pixels feels like oil painting compared to 32 pixels. I'm not sure what you mean by like oil painting. Like hard? Because I actually like oil painting quite a bit. But I feel like 16 is harder than 32. Oh, I would never dream of optimizing that. I was just wondering if it worked that way. Yeah, as far as I know, it probably uses a little bit of memory. But it's real tiny, man. Like, if you take a look at GB Studio here, if we pull up the build log, this whole game only uses 468.3 kilobytes. It's less than a megabyte. It's less than half a megabyte. Wild, yeah. So I mean, the art assets, it's really not the biggest worry. You end up running out of like variables, or like the coding stuff has to be optimized. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, if you're doing really big stuff like Source Hack or this game, but even this game with these really big maps, these are the same size maps as that city in Source Hack, by the way. Even with all these really big maps, and we've got these other like actual maps, so when you're looking at the map, it uses this so that way you don't have colliders or whatever. It's still only 1.41 megabytes. And Game Boy games can be up to 4 megabytes. So I could technically, and this is almost the whole game, right? Like for Steam, like the whole release. So technically you could really make something really big, but honestly, something like this, I don't think players are going to get through. I don't think most players are going to get through all the content that I've put in here. And it wouldn't be worth my while to like make 8 levels, if that makes sense. And even then, we'd still probably be like only over here, because we're actually reusing a lot of the data that we made for the first level as far as the coding and that stuff, because the way that I made the architecture is just kind of like piggybacking what we've already done and just reusing things, and then swapping out the art and the sound effects and some of the we had to make a lot of variables, but you get like there's a set number of variables already used in the memory. So yeah, there's like what, 500 and like however many, 13 it looks like. I don't know. It kind of starts to alphabetize them as you write the names. But yeah, so you just like, these variables are already in memory, but like you just give them a new name and then allocate it as you need. What actually takes a lot of the memory is these events, right? Because like they can get pretty crazy. Like we go to this is just the boss. Let's go to the fight scene. This is like a stack of events, right? So it's all within 1. If the battle manager update equals 1, if battle manager fin equals 1, set the battle manager update to 0. That's easy enough. But then we've got, if it's the player's turn, we got all of this stuff that happens. And then there's different stuff for enemy counts. Player's turn equals 0. Got even more stuff that happens. And like a lot of the stuff is closed, but like some of it's open. And if you were to open it all, it would actually slow down the engine. So you have to like kind of close things to be able to look at it all. And that's just the way that it works. What did I miss here? Yeah, I find traditional painting mega hard. Wild. I love traditional painting, but I also went to art school and like did traditional painting at art school. So I actually traveled to Italy to do landscape painting at one point too. That was really cool. I love those demos that are floating around online still, I think, on archive sites where they had like full 32 shooters at 16 kilobytes, if I'm remembering right, 32-bit shooters. I can't remember the studio. I'm sure it was a German site. Yeah, you've done a lot for this. I'm gonna have to head off in a moment, but thanks for the literal hours of information. Sorry if I grilled you. Been real helpful though. No, thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate you giving me someone to chat with. And I'm about to head to bed too. It's already 2 a.m. here. But yeah, I appreciate you hanging out. It's been fun. Let's see. Puke is still up. Let's raid Puke, because yeah, I'm about ready for bed here too. I guess I should save this. I'll be back for sure later. Cool, yeah, appreciate that. Have a good one. Uh-oh. What happened here? Oh, okay. Froze for a second. Close that. Thanks for the stream, Rick. Thanks for hanging out, Taco. Hope you have a great day. Raid. Oh, I can't spell raid. Raid. Puke. 7. Oh, I'm doing this wrong. You can tell I'm sleepy if I forget how to raid people. Oh, thanks for the raid message, Taco. Appreciate that. I'm gonna get a browser open. Oh, I've already got one. All right. Yeah, thank you so much for hanging out, Taco. Really appreciate you. Always getting with the raid message. Very much appreciate that. Puke 7, super cool. If you guys don't know Puke, Puke does assembly NES development during the week. Wednesdays, I think, is his scheduled stream day. And then on Friday nights, he does retro commercials and watches old school commercials. It's a blast. It's a party over there. So yeah, prepare yourself for some retro commercials because I believe it's Friday night. And thanks again, everyone, for hanging out. Yana for the raid. Everyone's super cool. Very much appreciate it. Take care, everyone. I'm gonna hit that button.
Oh. But it did. What? Oh, Rick. Rick. Here's my latest Thank you for the raid, Rick. I'm finishing my 5th beer of the evening, so I'm a little sassed. Here's my late. Rick makes games. Rick probably told you I make games. Rick's very articulate with that stuff. Oh, and this is a game I've been working on. This isn't the pretty game. This is the ugly game that I've been working on. There's a pretty game I've been working on. It's coming along, man. It's like I'm just trying to get the engine together, and then we'll figure out how to. I'm stress testing it and shit. Ah!